Yes, the mayor. That's not what we should get. That's the mayor. No, I'm. Yes.
Good evening. It's Tuesday, May 6th, 2025. It's 6:30 p.m. This is the City of Franklin Common Council meeting. Madam Clerk, will you please take the roll?
Mayor Nelson.
Here.
Alderman Pecorelli.
Here.
Alderwoman Eichman.
Here.
Alderman Hassan.
Here.
Alderwoman Day.
Here.
Alderman Salus.
Not here yet.
Not here. Alderman Craig.
Present. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Yeah, if somebody could open up that back door, please. It's got to remain open at all times. There we go. Okay, going up to item B. I'll read this in its entirety as I normally do. City of Franklin meeting rules of decorum for attendees and participants. Number one, for those attending City of Franklin meetings, such as this one, it is 6:01. Alderman Salus is here. Number one, 6:31 p.m. Respectfully and orderly conduct is expected at all times. Number two, disruptive or unruly behavior, including but not limited to clapping, verbal disruptions, signs, and outbursts will not be tolerated. For those wishing to speak during City of Franklin meetings, number one, approach the microphone when the chair opens the floor for citizen comments. Number two, state your name and your address for the record. Number three, address your comments to the Common Council, Board, Commission, Committee only. Number four, limit your comments to 3 minutes or less. I am the timekeeper. Number five, no endorsements or electioneering are allowed. Number six, speakers shall refrain from presenting unduly repetitious, offensive, threatening, slanderous, defamatory, or obscene remarks. Number seven, persons wishing to speak as a spokesperson on behalf of a neighborhood, subdivision, homeowners, condominium, or business association or similar group with common interests shall demonstrate their qualifications to do so according to the City of Franklin Resolution Number 2007-6227 before speaking on that body's behalf. Questions may be answered immediately by the chair or referred to city staff for a future reply in a timely manner. Those not adhering to these rules of decorum for attendees and participants will be asked to leave or will be removed from the meeting if necessary. Second document, and by the way, these two documents are laminated and are up at the podium. Under Chapter 19, Council Proceedings, under B as in boys, Citizen Comment Period, every agenda of the City Council meeting shall include, immediately following roll call, an agenda item entitled Citizen Comment Period. Such agenda item shall authorize any person to address the City Council. Number two, during the Citizen Comment Period, no person shall speak for longer than 3 minutes at each council meeting unless the City Council shall direct otherwise to an individual. City Council direction may take the form of unanimous consent. With that stated, we'll now open up citizen comment period. Anybody wishing to speak, please come to the podium. State your name and address for the record. Good evening, Mr. Pelkey. See if that's working. You want to give it a test?
Test, working? No, not working.
Maybe just speak, as long as it's closer to your mouth, maybe that'll,
All right,
there you go.
okay. My name is Andy Pelkey. I live at 9320 West Grandview Court. I am here today to talk to you about solving once and for all the ballpark commons noise problem. I live in a neighborhood which is only minimally affected by that, so I think that affords me a little bit of objectivity in terms of what both sides have to say and how we can solve this problem after 10 years of dithering about it. So back before the Ballpark Commons project was approved, the developer promised an advanced sound system which would allow the facility to coexist peacefully with its neighbors. Assurances were made that the noise pollution would not be a problem. Then the actual facility was built and the sound system that was promised was not installed. That single decision changed the trajectory of the project to what we have today. To be sure, if you want to solve the Ballpark Commons noise problem, you have to change the sound system. There isn't any other solution. The council needs to do only one thing to solve this problem once and for all, and you can do it tonight. All the council needs to do is defer any decision on permits where a noise variance is required until the developer presents a plan to change the sound system to one that will allow them to hold events without permits for higher noise levels than the current ordinances allow. All you have to do is defer until a plan is presented. You will have one probably by next council meeting because the developer will be very eager to get past this point. With that plan, the council can then approve temporary permits with noise variations to allow sufficient time for that new proposed sound system to get installed. So if it takes 90 days, approve 90 days of temporary permits or temporary variances until that system can get installed. All right, that's all you got to do. So that would solve the problem. Note that the sound system needs to be changed anyway because the current owners aren't going to be able to sell the property encumbered by this problem without some either fixing it or giving them compensation to fix it once they take ownership of it, right? So it's not going to change hands without some compensation to deal with this problem. So it's just a question of when it's going to get fixed, not if it's going to get fixed. So I'm asking the council to solve this problem tonight. The solution is clear and simple. Just defer any approval for noise variations until a plan to replace the sound system is presented. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Pelkey.
Good evening, Linda Mathwig, 2321 Brunn Drive. I'm sorry, 7321 Brunn Drive. First, for those of you on Plan Commission, this will be repetitious, but I feel worth repeating. When campaigning for the aldermanic position, it was a privilege and a pleasure to speak to neighbors who lived in my district. However, constituents expressed their frustrations and many times anger towards Franklin governance. They feel you are not representing the people who elected you to the positions that you hold. At this meeting, Mayor Nelson, you commented, and I quote, "I don't want to see upset neighbors." Second, at the April 2nd Common Council meeting, I questioned the License Committee agenda approving 10 fireworks events, 21 umbrella bar concerts, and 18 days of the attraction Hill Has Eyes. And that adds up to 49 dates, yet they divided it only into 3 applications. In doing the math, Rock Venture only pays $100 for each application, so $300. But it is holding 49 events on 49 dates, which would add up to $4,900. Therefore, it seems, in the continuous preferential treatment of Rock Ventures, the city loses a revenue of $4,600. And this is only 3 applications of the many applications that they submit each year, which also have multiple dates listed. Now, in regards to the agenda G4, I don't understand why food trucks need to have an increase of a decibel limit from 55 to 60. I was recently made aware that there was entertainment during this time. Now, recognizing it's called Rock and Food Truck Rally, with the entertainment, I would hope that someone could get back to me and let me know when those applications for the entertainment are on the License Committee agenda. In my opinion, entertainment should be separate from the approval of having food trucks on the property. And finally, G5, referencing back to the Plan Commission meeting held on April 17, citizens from the area surrounding Rock Ventures came forward at that meeting stating that the 2024 agreement to keep the decibel limit at 55 for the Milkman games was heard but tolerated. I don't understand why the council would want to go backward and increase the dB back up to 65. I'm trying to figure out your reasons for consistently approving items on monthly agendas that continuously aggravates constituents. I'm urging you to discontinue this practice and work for each and every citizen in this city.
3 minutes, ma'am.
This is why you were elected to office. I would like each of you to think about this. How frustrated would you be for 12 years if you dealt with a noise situation like this in your neighborhood, or in this case, literally in their backyard? Mayor Nelson, at the meeting a while back, I had asked you if you cared about the well-being of citizens in the city. Your reply was, of course, I do. I believe that the actions of the council
You're at
is...
3 minutes and 30 seconds. Please finish
I'm
your thought,
almost
ma'am.
done. I believe the actions of the council is not reflecting the well-being and best interests of everyone living in the city. All of you are in my prayers. Please do what is good and right.
Anyone else wishing to speak? If you wish to speak. Okay, sir, good evening.
Good evening. John Chashkish, 8625 West Hawthorne Lane. I guess you've heard that name before. For about, as the lady just mentioned, for about the 12th years, I come back to the same spring problem from south. Every year I come back, it's decibel, decibel, decibel. What in the world are you accomplishing as a common council? Are you following the rule of 50 to 55 by the line, I believe it is? Or are you always offering something better, louder? How many people do you think go to the Milkman game and yell, we want louder, speakers? It's ridiculous. It's a ridiculous thought. Logic tells you that they're not able to even talk. I talked to an usher, and he said it's too damn loud. I talked to the announcer several years ago, and he says, well, it's up to management. It's not up to me. But you are the people that have to say, hey, I believe the law or the situation is 50 decibels. Why in the world would you have to change it? Last summer was a beautiful summer for the milkmen. The decibels obviously must have been at 50 because it didn't bother our neighborhood at all, except for fireworks, etc. And that's another point. They were supposed to have 3 fireworks programs, and then they come back the next meeting and they change it to, I forget, 10 or whatever it was. Now, why is that? Why is it always in their favor instead of the constituents' favor? I ask you, think about it. Think logically, not bias. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anybody wishing to speak?
Andy Kleiss, 6025 Parkview Road, Greendale. About a year ago, you guys passed this resolution, and in it, it says, Mayor Nelson is determined to ensure the city ordinances and procedures are followed and enforced. It goes on to say that you are set forth to protect the right to quiet enjoyment and property use without interference from nuisance, trespass, encroachment, and harm, and to preserve quality of life assurances as a common law right to all individuals. And it's also intended to avoid conflicting land uses. But recently you've been saying that not everyone's going to be happy with the decisions around the sound problems with the Rock. But the Rock is getting all the events approved that they want. They're getting all the sound decibel levels that they've been requesting. And the neighbors aren't really getting any sort of piece from that. So you're louder than last year. All the decibel levels for the events this year are being requested higher than last year, and they're being approved higher than last year. So according to this resolution, it doesn't say neighbors are going to be unhappy or we're not going to get anything satisfied, that we are all, ensured a quality of life and common law. So how is it that neighbors aren't going to be happy with the sound at the Rock?
You're asking me how the neighbors aren't going to be happy?
Yes.
Well, the quote from the meeting was, the goal is to have balance, and not everybody is going to be happy. Mr. Kleist, if you're alleging that I made a comment that says the neighbors aren't going to be happy, you're woefully wrong. And you shouldn't be talking tongue-in-cheek on such a very hot topic for our city. As the former gentleman that just spoke about how much nicer it was last year. And the neighborhood, not yours, you live in Greendale, the Franklin neighbors to the west we're happy. And the big part of that is because we did sound checks. When we did sound checks, that made a big difference with bass and all these other things. And I've learned a lot over the 6 years I sat over there as an alderman and the 2+ years I sat here as mayor. And when I'm talking about this, I'm talking about a balance. I'm talking about both sides having a give and take to make sure this is there. When you're talking about ordinance is this. The Common Council has the ability, and you know this, speaking to the choir, has the ability to make changes as they come up with a special event permit, extraordinary event permit, that's it. So
That's-
please finish your point, because
That's the
I've
issue
heard,
with-
we hear the same thing.
Yes, I have my 3 minutes. The issue, though.
Well, yeah, you'll have it, but if it's redundant, no.
Okay, the issue is you keep approving all these special events. So you have these ordinances in place, but you just approve a special event for as loud as you want it to be. So the neighbors don't win out on any of that anyways.
It's never as
So-
loud as anybody wants it to be. The decibels are specifically stated in the permit.
Yes, and they're always higher than what ordinances are for the neighborhoods, the
And
adjoining
that's why they come
neighborhoods.
with a special permit request, yes.
And
are
you always
correct.
grant it, so the neighbors don't get any sort of relief.
The Common Council has the ability to grant
But
or
you
deny.
don't.
What?
You grant them everything they want. That's the problem.
That's not even close to the truth, but go on.
So the other thing that you've been saying is you call it an entertainment district. Is that correct? I thought this was zoned as a P1 park underlying district. Is that correct?
I'm not going to go into what's zoning. It is an entertainment district. It is an entertainment
It's not
district.
zoned as one, though.
Okay, continue your point. This has been there, what,
So
14
with
years?
this
So
new
for 14
UDO, are
years,
you going to be
for
rezoning
14
it as
years,
an
you're becoming
entertainment
with
district?
the same things for 14 years. Go on.
But it's not an entertainment district. It's a
Okay.
P1 park zone district. So are you going to be rezoning it as an entertainment district with this new UDO?
At this point, nothing is changing as far as the zoning goes, but requests come forth every year for special events, every single year. And now in the last 2 years, we've had sound checks, and sound checks have been very successful.
I would tend to disagree on some of that because I know a lot of the neighbors have still complained about tacos and tequila. They've complained about the summer concert series still being loud. The Milkman games were an improvement. I will give you that. That was an improvement. But you've approved those for louder this year, so we've taken another step backwards. So I don't know you would justify that that's okay. For the sound monitors, the East monitor has been off for several months now. Is there going to be a ticket issued for that violation?
I'm unaware of any monitor being off right now. From my understanding is that the monitor is off, it's still recording. Okay?
The point
And
of
this is
having
gonna-
that up was so citizens could see what was going on with the data and look at it.
I agree. This is the first time I'm hearing that it's not working. If it was reported to City Hall, it will be fixed. Well, Mr. Kleist, you come up here every meeting pretty much and say the same thing, and I understand. That's why we're looking to have.
It's not getting
we're
through to you
looking-
guys.
Yes, it is. And we're looking to have a third party come in and take all those things over. And that's what I want to do. 100%. I don't want to have us, the council, deal with these sound monitors at all. It should be a third party, make sure they're working, make sure they're operational, make sure they're reading on the website, and we're done. I don't want us touching anything. I don't want the vendor worrying about it. That's the plan.
And what level do the monitors start recording to make those little sound snippets that are in the file? You know what level that is? It should be at the 50 and the 45, but I believe it's in the 70s before it starts recording snippets. Because there were a lot of major events last year where you can even look at the daily averages now, and it's between 70 and 90 decibels for the daily average on a lot of these sound monitors. But when you go to look at the sound files, there's barely any files in there. I would think there'd be a lot of files because the average is above the 45 and the 50 decibels. Do we know what that's set to record at?
I do not, but what you can find out and I can get back to you. That's not a
Okay.
problem.
So you guys will get back and let me know what they're recording at?
Someone will get back to you, whether it's planning or however they monitored part of it, but they are to be all running for the events.
Okay. Then I'd ask that you guys table the UDO tonight also. I think there's a lot of issues that need to be sorted out, especially in regards to the rock and some of the issues that are with approving events and things. And I think you should table that and review that so we can hash out some of those details more. And then I'm also going for option number 3 tonight for JPM. That's the one I guess I'd like you to look at, where you go full blown with them and have them come in and do everything as requested rather than tweaking it. I think that was option 1, was the one where you're tweaking the quote. I'd rather see you go full on with the entire quote. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kleist.
Dana Gint, 9011 West Hawthorne Lane. I'm here to address the proposed UDO, a document with citywide implications that warrant being tabled for further review. I submitted 11 pages of recommended changes focused on specific areas that need correction or clarification. Several Planning Commission members noted during meetings that this document was extremely complex. It did not include a side-by-side comparison with existing ordinances to allow for adequate review of these changes. One key recommendation that I made is that the public interest and special events should not be embedded in a zoning ordinance. These activities require individual review and permitting. If these terms remain in the UDO, Table 3 in the UDO must be clarified to avoid vague and overly broad authorizations. Another issue is the lack of outdoor acoustic system requirements in the site plan review process. This request has been made numerous times by citizens for multiple years. This detail about outdoor acoustic systems is not about setting a decibel limit or requiring a sound study for conditional uses. It is about ensuring that permanent or semi-permanent outdoor sound systems are properly shown on the site plan. Basic details like the number, location, orientation, proximity of speakers to nearby residents must be reviewed in the planning development stage. I expect the city response will yet again be that the noise is regulated under the municipal code. That's not the point here. The municipal code governs enforcement by the police department. The police department does not review site plans or design elements. The UDO requires the standard for reviewing development design, and ignoring this is a procedural failure. So I ask, if the police department doesn't review site plans, and if the planning defers to the police for noise, who is actually responsible for preventing bad design from creating long-term nuisances like at the Rock? The cover sheet from the planning department indicates the UDO is taking preventative measures in this UDO, for example, like having a sound study for conditional uses. The JPM acoustic expert should review these sections of the UDO at a minimum and wait until the JPM supplies more information to the city to better understand noise. So please table at least section 15-5-3. I'm also here to address serious concerns regarding the City of Franklin's failure to follow its own policies and procedures, specifically related to the Rock and the ongoing noise issues tied to all the activities at that site. First of all, the city is not adhering to its own requirements for transparency and public access. The city clearly states that all materials related on agenda items must be included in the public packet for proper review. However, the recent 34 pages from the Planning Commission report related to the 74 activities being requested to exceed last year's noise limits and exceed the Franklin ordinances are missing from the existing Common Council package. These omissions deny the public and decision-making makers full access to information and undermine the public trust in this process.
3 minutes, ma'am.
Secondly, the Mayor of Franklin has a legal and ethical obligation outlined in the city's own job description, which is page 74 of the budget, to ensure that all city ordinances are followed and enforced. And yet the mayor and other elected officials will likely vote yet again to benefit the Rock for 74 events that would exceed the maximum allowable decibels for the residential areas. By doing so, the elected officials that vote in favor of increasing noise levels would knowingly and deliberately create a public nuisance and violate
40 seconds, ma'am.
their own laws meant to protect residents from harm. Let me be clear. Approving events that violate established sound limits is not economic development. It's a government-sanctioned public nuisance. It puts the residents' health, well-being, and quality of life at risk for dozens of days. It's very disingenuous that the mayor talks about last year that the Milkman games were not a nuisance to the neighbors. That's correct. But you are talking about increasing the decibel level by tenfold. It's a logarithmic scale. 10 decibel increases makes it 10 times louder than last year.
All right, you got 4 minutes.
Thank you.
Seconds. Ms. Ginn, whatever's not on there, what you're alleging from Plan Commission, please let the clerk know. We'll get that on our website because everything we have, we want to put out there. So nothing is,
It's not in the packet right now, and it's required to be according to the Resolution 2024-8109 and also the city administration policy. All information needs to be included in the public packet. It was information from the Planning Commission. There's many Common Council agendas that the Planning Commission packet is literally inserted into the Common Council. It is missing, and it's purposeful.
okay, I don't think it was personal. Thank you. All right, anyone else wishing to speak at this time, please come to the podium. If you're wishing to speak after this gentleman, get ready because we're going to move along with the very extensive agenda.
Tom Kowalski, 8815 West Meadow Lane. I'd like to talk about balance.
Excuse me? Did you have something, sir? No, I said if you want to speak after this gentleman, because we have a long agenda, yes. You don't have to hurry. Everybody can speak. You want to speak again? Yeah, I might. We'll be waited with bated breath. Sir, go ahead.
I'd like to talk about the balance you mentioned. My view is living about a quarter mile away from the stadium, that I should be able to sit on my deck and talk to someone 5 feet away without having to significantly raise my voice. So standard speech is 55 to 65 decibels. So loud talking is 65. And prior to last summer, if there was a game going on, I had to significantly increase my voice to be understood from someone 5 feet away from me. So just do the math. It's, every time you double the distance, you lose 6 decibels. The speakers are 300 to 500 feet away from the sound source when they do the monitoring. So if I'm at 1,300 feet, it's probably a good 8-10 decibels louder at that monitor, or at least should be. I should not have a problem speaking. So my point is, prior to last year's change, it was exceeding the volumes you're saying now, and that's one of the issues we have is we're constantly running into issues where the noise shouldn't be as loud as it is, and yet I'm still having problems being heard or hearing people. There's an issue with policing, getting those, I don't mean the people behind me policing, but maintaining the agreed upon sound levels. They're not being adhered to. I don't know what's going on, but the volume is louder than it should be in my backyard. As far as fireworks, Friday, Saturday nights work great as long as it's before 10 p.m., but having them 4 days a week, it's usually disruptive, and sometimes they go to 10:30. And then finally, the loud concerts. I had one song, the first Tequilas and Tacos, the wall of my house was vibrating. And this is where there's a chimney, it's solid construction.
The first one, not
The
the second.
first one.
Okay.
The second one, the first night was rained out, so there wasn't much. And the second night, I got a Dodge. I left the city. And I don't want it such that I'm fearing summers and getting out of my house. And we stayed overnight away because we just didn't want to hear it. And that's the balance we need, is that we're not driving people out of the houses. Thank you.
I agree. Anyone wish to speak?
Miles, do I have to repeat my
Yes.
name and address? Okay. John Chaskus, 8625 West Hawthorne Lane,
Where's that?
Franklin, Wisconsin. Have you
Right.
ever been there? My
I'll
question
be there
is,
Thursday for the sound check, sir, yes.
good, why don't you come over when it's taco day? Come by to my house. We'll sit on the patio, cocktails. My wife makes beautiful hors d'oeuvres. You're invited to really see how it is. As Tom just mentioned, you can't sit inside your house on that day. It's just unbelievable. And you people just don't care, obviously. So the point is, why does the Rock need a louder system? My question. Nobody has an answer up there?
Well, we're not engaging back and forth.
Well, you were answering some questions before.
Some, but
Well,
but
how
what
about
you're
my
asking me,
question?
you're asking me, sir, a technical question about why they need a system. That's why we're bringing in a third-party vendor to make that assessment.
No, they're making an assessment of decibels. Why is the Rock asking for higher decibels? What is their reasoning? I
We're
mean,
going to find out in a few minutes when we move on to the agenda.
oh, okay. We're going to find out, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Seeing no one else coming forward? Oh. Mr. Ryan, good evening, welcome.
Basil Ryan, 5250 West South County Line Road. I ask on your approval on item C that you table item G16 until I have an opportunity to speak on that item. I have item 15 on your agenda tonight, but there's an error in the senior program that's listed on 41525 G16. I'd ask that you not approve that until I have the opportunity to correct the mistake.
Okay, Mr. Ryan, just so I have this straight. So when we get to G15, you don't want to be talking about G15?
No, what I'm saying is one of your items, item C, is to approve the minutes from 415, correct?
Oh, okay,
In 415, there's a mistake.
all right.
So I'd like the opportunity to correct it when I have the opportunity to
Oh.
speak on item G15.
Yes, sir. No problem at all.
Otherwise, if you approve the items, I can't make a correction or you can't make the correction.
That is fair, sir.
Thank you.
Would you like to discuss, I knew Ms. Ginn was going to be, I'll take advantage of that. Mr. Ryan, do you want to tell us what that is? The counselor, Mr. Wezalowski wanted to know what it is so we can.
The date is wrong on there. It says the program also remained within budget each year since 2014. The program started in early 2000. I'm not aware of anything. Correct. Date for
See that? Madam Clerk is questioning a little more direction where it's at.
I might go over 3 minutes now. In your approval, last in April 15th, item G16, you talked about backgrounds with the senior citizen group, the senior travel program, St. Martin's Fair. Under the senior travel program, the first sentence, this program also remained within budget each year since 2014. It should be since 2000, conception.
You're talking about the minutes from April 15th?
14th that you're going to be approving tonight.
Oh, not the minutes.
So when you approve, there needs to be a correction to that.
You're approving the minutes. There's no indication.
Can you speak into the microphone, please?
Within the minutes, there's no information about how far back we went with the data, but we only went to 2014.
That's not clear in there. Anybody looking at that would assume a program that's been in existence to 2000 wasn't in compliance in 2014. If you're going to use a date, let's use the correct date, and the correct date would be 2000.
Oh, ask him what.
Yeah, there is not a date, though. In G-
It says in my item that I got off the webpage, it does have a date. It says this program, I think this is the fourth time, I hate to be redundant, this program also remained within budget each year since 2014. It should be 2000. I've worked hard to put that program into effect. Someone looking at it would think that, okay, if the program started in 2000, then in 2014, they weren't in compliance. That would be a red flag. I'm saying that program has been in compliance since 2000. And when we have the opportunity to speak, I'll deal with the other comments that were on there, which I'm going to be bashful, but I'm going to be blaming the council for their inability to act at my request. So what I'm saying is I want the record straight. We've been in compliance since 2000. So correcting the minutes would also be correcting this.
But there's nothing in the minutes that indicate that date.
Right, but when you say correcting the minutes, you're correcting the overall agenda of that past item. What I'm saying is there's an error. So someone needs to go back and correct this item because that's a record. And I don't think the record is accurately reflected.
So what I guess you're asking Madam Clerk to do is, it's nothing that's going to be mentioned tonight when we approve the minutes from the prior meeting. However, she can make a change from the original agenda. Is that what you're talking about?
If, the city attorney has his hand up, but what I'm saying is when you correct or you say everything is correct in that packet is what you're saying, because in the minutes, I don't know how she wrote up the minutes or that, but in the whole packet overall, that item is incorrect when it puts a date of 2014. Now, she may have summarized that, but what I'm saying is it needs to be corrected for the record, going back to the 2014.
Okay, Mr. City Attorney,
2000.
you're on.
Correction should occur by way of the subject matter item on this evening, tonight's meeting. Clarify that, and then that would also be included in the minutes for this meeting, as opposed to the council somehow going backwards and changing what was already out there as a public record after the fact.
Well, I didn't have a chance to speak on it, but the problem I see, Jesse, is you're approving, someone's not going to see a footnote in there to say, oh, that's the wrong date. So someone can assume that. And that's all I'm asking, is that when that was submitted to the council on that day and the items read into the record, that was inaccurate. So unless you want to have inaccurate information, it should be conception, which is 2000. I take offense that a program that I put in place in 2000, it's always been in compliance. And when I speak tonight, I will then point out why the second part of that comment that was made is incorrect. But where they came up with a date, I didn't put the date in. No one asked me. Someone put a 2014 date.
Mr. City Attorney, you got the floor.
I think doing it at the item tonight would cover it. However, very technically and not in standard process, if the council's interested, when the minutes from that past meeting come up, a motion could include to put a N period, B period in brackets following that item stating clarification of the 2014 date to 2020 may be forthcoming at the next council meeting or it's being, minutes get approved today is potentially being changed to 2020.
That's what I like.
Verify the facts on item, or I'm sorry. To an item, council meeting item, G, whatever it is, today's date.
That's, to me, that makes the most sense. That way it writes the record, makes it 2000, shows the 25-year storied history opposed to 2014, and that I believe would be accurate. Thank you. All right, Ms. Ginsu, you're at 4 minutes and 30 seconds last time. A very quick final thought.
Okay. First of all, I was on the Citizen Task Force, and I am the only member here from the Citizen Task Force for the UDO. So my previous comment was primarily regarding the UDO. So I think I should be able to speak on other agenda items. There was 50.
Well, hold on.
Yep.
So you're at 4:30.
Yep.
And now we're gonna make just.
I'm going to just briefly, there was an email sent out with 55 individuals with concerns, and I just want to go through it, highlight it in case people did not have a chance to read this. It's regarding agenda G3, which is the JPM acoustic engineering thing. The citizen support option number 3, they would also like to include impact and neighborhood representatives in meetings between the city and the JPM to assist in identifying specific noise issues for surrounding citizens, and also that no permits should be issued for the rock until a formal agreement is reached to allow GPM access to all sound systems, acoustic controls, and on-site access to the property. Item G4 and G5, the food truck and Franklin Field temporary uses, is using the wrong application, which is highlighted in Resolution 2024-8109, that those are not the appropriate applications, and it's also missing information material because it's required in the public access. Let's see. No approval should be given until a formal agreement is reached with JPM for mitigation, and also that JPM has allowed access to the rock. Establish a maximum decibel level of 55 decibels at the property line, instantaneously measured at a measurement of 1,300 to 2,200 feet from the source for these 74 events. If you have to approve them, it needs to be 55 decibels. Require application of a special event application, which is required under 121. Using temporary use applications is not appropriate. Establish a sound check. Establish a common council monthly review, periodic review, which is required in 2024-8109 resolution. Conditional approval to include implementing sound mitigation techniques and decibel monitoring system modification recommended by JPM. Confirmation of an auto limiter installed at the umbrella bar and stadium as required in 2018 agreements. Any future changes to any city code, regulation, or agreements related to sound or noise shall apply to previously approved licenses or operations only if such changes impose equal or more restrictive limits on the noise levels or hours of operation or other nuisance-related impacts. 50-minute time adjustment. And item G6 is the UDO ordinance, and we are asking for that to be tabled for review of extension revisions. Thank you.
Anybody wishing to speak? Going once, twice? Citizen comment period is now closed. Going up to letter D as in David, hearing. Hearing notice is hereby given that the Common Council of the City of Franklin has declared its intention to exercise its police powers under Section 66.0701, Wisconsin statutes, and Section 207-15 Franklin Municipal Code to levy special assessments for sanitary sewer installation improvements in the following locations: South 80th Street, bounded by West Ryan Road, State Highway 100, to the north, and West Park Circle Way to the south. Notice is also hereby further given that on Tuesday, May 6, 2025 at 6:30 p.m., the Common Council will be in session in its chambers at Franklin City Hall, 9229 West Loomis Road, Franklin, Wisconsin 53132, to hear all persons interested, their agents or attorneys concerning the matter contained in the preliminary resolution and report, including proposed assessments. Now, I just read that, and I know we're looking at going back to the approval of the minutes, but I want to make sure that the city attorney can put forth this proper approval of the minutes, please, under C as in Charles. Because if I'm just going to say approval of the minutes, I want to make sure that we've got everything covered.
I would suggest with regard to whatever item that is on the minutes from the last meeting, that the minutes be approved and that immediately adjacent to the end of that item, that brackets be inserted with a lowercase n period, lowercase b period, the 2014 date stated in the council action sheet on this item is incorrect.
May I? Okay. What I wanted to suggest, because we only went back to 2014 and can only speak to that at this time, that perhaps what is entered into the information to correct it is looking back to 2014, or that sort of language that makes it very clear that we didn't go back to 2000, but looking from 2014 on, which is now 11 years, and certainly I would think enough of a history that we would put some sort of language in there about that. I don't know how finance director feels about dating it to 2000 without actually having confirmation of that information.
So finance Finance Director is shaking her head yes. I want to bring this home. Okay, so when we're looking at this, Madam Clerk, are you clear on what the direction is?
He wants me to add in brackets after and period, the period 2014 date stated in the council action sheet is incorrect. And then that's where it stopped. It should be 2000, but now you're saying it's not 2000?
I'm saying that the finance director and I did not look back to 2000, the inception of the date, and anything that states otherwise would be incorrect. And I don't know that she feels comfortable doing that. I would say that the 11 years that we did do the look back on would be appropriate to make that language clear, that since we looked back to 2014 and since then.
And not prior there, too.
Correct.
And it would
So that-
require some legwork to dig up files to go back to 2000 to verify that the senior program was in budget every year. So we only went back 10 years for sake of the topic.
So you went back to 2014. I know Mr. Ryan's back there. He's got a comment to make, but I really, really want to get this in. I think we're focusing on something. I just want to make it right.
Why don't we just eliminate that sentence? Why do we leave it in?
Well,
Can't change an action sheet.
Mr. City Attorney says he can't change an action sheet, but we definitely want to move forward with this. So can you bring this home? City Attorney, you made the adjustments and the changes?
Direct the clerk to add brackets after that particular minutes item as stated by Director of Administration at the meeting.
Okay. So,
Meaning what was stated, not exactly what was stated.
okay, with that, we're on letter C. Is there approval of the minutes with that change?
I make the motion to approve the minutes.
I'll second.
We have a first and a second. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries. D. David, I read the hearing. Mr. Paulo, State Engineer, good evening and welcome.
Thank you. So before you this evening is the final resolution for the 80th Street sanitary sewer work that's now completed. And we're looking to move ahead for approval of the final resolution so we get the notices out to the affected properties. And there were a total of 4 parcels that were affected by this, one being the city of Franklin itself for DPW, and then 3 additional properties. Any questions?
Okay, well, what we'll do is I'll open up the public hearing at this time. 7:17 p.m. Anybody wishing to speak on this matter and this matter alone, please approach the podium, state your name and address for the record. Seeing no one, still at 7:17, close public hearing. Questions from the council, Alderwoman Day.
I just have a technical correction on the engineer's report. It's the last sentence, just a typo, says end of engineer's report for sanitary sewer extension on South 8th Street. I believe it's supposed to be 80th Street, just to correct it for the record.
Correct. Thank you.
That was it. No other questions.
Is there a motion on this?
I have a question.
Oh, Alderman
Just,
Salus?
I'm just looking at this estimate for $442,000. Was there like multiple estimates taken on this project?
Yes, this was put out to bid, public bid, and there were multiple bids received, and the low bid was UPI. They're the ones that constructed the actual sewer.
Because I'm just like questioning, like when the cost per linear foot, like, you know, it says $162 when it's a spoiled backfill, but when it goes to granular backfill, the price almost more than double. And I'm just like, you know, does that involve paving the street after? Why is the substantial jump in cost?
Between spoil and stone backfill for
That's correct.
Yeah, it's not uncommon for a utility, if it's spoil or excavated backfill, to be much cheaper than using stone backfill. A lot of cost is within the stone backfill.
How deep this line is?
It varies, I would say, an average about 12 feet deep.
So you feel comfortable with this cost per unit?
Yes, again, we received multiple bids, competitive bids, and this was the low bid that was accepted awarded by the city, and the sewer was constructed. So the project's completed.
And the engineering cost, is that going to the engineering department here at the city, or this is outside third-party engineering?
No, the percentage added is typical from past projects for the city. It goes to the engineering department for just oversight and administration and whatnot. Very typical.
Thank you.
Thank you. Why don't we do this? If there's no further questions, we can jump ahead. This is G1, and then there is a motion listed.
Correct.
If someone wishes to make that motion and discuss it from there, we can move forward with that.
I'll make the motion.
Okay, we've got a first,
Second?
second. Seeing any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries. Returning back to E as an Edward organizational business, mayoral and aldermanic appointments. E1, I'm going to read them both. If we need to take separate action, somebody can say that. If not, we'll take them both at the same time. Michael Leblewski, 11043 West Church Street, Alderman D2, Technology Commission, 3-year term expiring April 30th, 2028. Number 2, aldermanic appointment, Alderman Salos, District 5, appointment of Faja Awan, 9860 West St. Stephens Drive, Alderman D2, Board of Review, 3-year term expiring April 30th, 2028. Is there a motion
I'll make the motion.
for both?
Yes.
Second?
Seconded. Roll call, please.
Alderman Pecorelli.
Aye.
Alderwoman Eichman.
Aye.
Alderman Assam.
Aye.
Alderwoman Day.
Aye.
Alderman Salus.
Aye.
Alderman Craig.
Aye.
6 ayes, no noes, motion carries. Moving back to regular council agenda item G as in George 2. Engineering Department, April 2025 update. I was gonna say, where are you going? Good. Mr. Paulus, good evening back and welcome again. You've got the floor.
Thank you. I believe, Kelly, you're taking this item? Oh, okay. I hate to talk about myself, but
Oh, there's a lot of information. I'll start while you guys are gathering your stuff together. I mean, look at, this is just another example of everything that's going on project-wise, some brief explanations. We've requested when Grave came on board to give us updates, and they've done that. And when you want an update, we're getting updates. I mean, these are the amount of projects that are going on. It's amazing. It's amazing that our city has this much activity. It's great things. Things are improving, wonderful. So with that intro, there you go.
thank you. So as the mayor mentioned, we're requesting to give an update of what we're doing in the engineering department. That's what we have before you this evening. I'm not going to, bless you. Thank you. I'm not going to go through and read everything. It'll take us half an hour, and I don't think the mayor would appreciate that. But I think I've worked with a lot of you over the last, 6-8 months on various city projects. I think we're definitely getting our sea legs. I think the morale of the department is better. I think we're getting through a lot of challenges that were left with the past administration. With that, I guess I'll take any questions or.
Questions from the council? Alderwoman Day.
Just a comment and kind of a rhetorical question, because I don't believe the Director of Finance is going to have this number off the top of her head, but it is roughly 8 months since we approved the initial contract, and there's a number in here that as of April 9th, we have paid just shy of $200,000 to Grave for the services they've provided, and I have found them to be nothing but expedient, efficient, proactive, all the good things. So very happy and grateful that your team is here and working with us. My question is just, like I said, more rhetorical, but I feel like it's safe to assume that had we filled the open position for the city engineer and the assistant city engineer, for salary and fringe benefits would have been a lot more than the $200,000 during that same 8-month period. So we are getting excellent services, beyond excellent services, and we're saving the city money on top of it, which I think is a double win. So thank you for everything your team has brought to us, and look forward to continuing to work with you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well stated, Alderman. Anyone else wishing to speak on this item? If not, we'll be looking, Alderman Eichman.
Thank you, Mayor. I echo Alderwoman Day's verbiage. You've been excellent, Mike. Easy to contact. I called you, even answered once when you were on vacation with me not knowing. So it's excellent that we can reach you at all times. That's very appreciative. Because this report is so very informative, and I believe I was one of the ones that had asked for this initially, and I'd like to request a follow-up to this again in a time frame that we would feel is significant to give us another progress status report, whether it be in 6 months, 9 months?
Absolutely. And I'm not sure if this was a quarterly, if you want to do it. I mean, and I liked it because especially after the summer construction season ends, it's always nice to see what got done, what didn't get done. If we get an exceptionally rainy summer and things get delayed, it's nice to know where we're at with everything. That's fair. We'll determine a date. If you, I mean, I don't want to, again, is it maybe after summer, we come back in September?
Whatever
That's-
works, whatever
Yeah,
you like.
that's not a problem at all. So, well
Sometime
stated.
this fall.
That's more than fair. Probably just after Labor Day, because we can see where we're at with things.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything else? If not, we'll just make a motion to retain and place on file.
I'll make that motion.
We have a first and a second. Alderman Hassan, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. Motion carries. Thank you again. G as in George, number 3, review and consideration of JPM Acoustics Noise Vibration Revised Proposal for sound monitoring, noise mitigation, and compliance services, Ballpark Commons Development. Good evening, Ms. Hirsch.
Good evening. So from our previous meeting when we had JPM on Ring Central Video, and we had asked very many questions, and we had decided to bring it back with a little bit more of a specific scope on things. That led to a quite in-depth conversation with JPM and myself about the direction that we believe that should be taken. And it had been discussed that worrying about the monitoring piece of it before we worry about the mitigation and setup of the issues, and just to ensure that the setup is correct according to JPM, seemed to be putting the cart before the horse, and it didn't seem like an appropriate sequence of steps. So from that conversation, JPM put forward a more refined proposal. The dollar amount is still the same, but it was more of a scope of work digging into what they will actually do. And that those revised pages are in your packet. And it just comes down to, I guess, I'm pushing for option 1 because that accepts what has been proposed with any potential minor changes or corrections that would be technical. So that way it doesn't come back to the council and we continue to delay this whole process of contracting with JPM and getting them boots on the ground working on the project.
So I know there's going to be a number of questions, and I'll go last. Alderman Day, do you want to start?
I can.
Yeah, why don't we go
Just
Alderman
assume
Day?
I have questions?
I'm just assuming.
Thank you. So I have a couple of questions regarding the proposal itself, and then a couple of questions I'm not sure if they can be answered at this time, but they're related more towards the property itself, not exactly the consultant we would have come in. So first question is, what contract that we'd be signing is just a 1 year or just for these services, and that's it? And then there would potentially be future contracts with them, or how would this play out as far as the timeline? Because I know initially when we got the more comprehensive list, that they were talking about, kind of a 3-year plan of things. And so I'm just trying to get a sense of the scope of the timeline for this price point.
Right. I think the revised proposal was to really kind of look at, is there a way that we can fix this issue before we start talking about monitoring the sound? Because I think it's fair to say that monitoring the sound does not result in any kind of change. All it's resulting in is reporting, which we sort of have already. So they really just kind of focused on that. And I know that they didn't put anything in here stating that they would not be providing those services, that would match the prior proposal. what they did do was really honed in on what they would be doing initially.
Yeah, it looks like in what we have in front of us that it's kind of a 3-month trial of finding the right location, getting things set up, and then trying it on that, and then kind of going from there. So this would essentially be a 3-month type.
For the mitigation process, yeah, and kind of like the study, yes.
Okay. And then also, since it seems to be more focused on JPM coming in and doing their work and their analysis, the items that were in the previous document as far as training and technical assistance, and that those would be then put on hold until after this is concluded.
Yeah.
Okay. Did they give you a timeline of, let's say we go with option 1 tonight. Did they give you a timeline on when they would want to start the process?
No, because to be perfectly honest, we don't have a timeline. We have not, we tabled it and with the plan of picking it up in a future council. So they're just kind of waiting to hear from us. I think at this time, I know that the owner had assured me they have the time to do it. I think it's one of those things where it's kind of unpredictable as people come forward and contract with them for services.
The reason I bring up the question about the timeline of them coming in is because Plan Commission 2 weeks ago, we tabled the revision of the city's sound ordinance based on this. And then was discussion tonight from some citizens about wanting to hold other things until this is done. And I wanted that timeline to kind of be out there because I don't know that it's necessarily practical to push the stop button. I think there's other things we as a council can do in the interim between when this assessment is done to still allow things to move forward, but be in a way that is palatable to everybody. So I just wanted that to be out there, that I don't know that it's feasible and practical to say that because there is, this is a 3-month process, probably closer to 5 months, once everything is said and done. So we can't really hold up everything for that.
Right. I think, yeah, I think it's kind of like pushing a nuclear button on an issue that is not fully encompassing of the item. I mean, the UDO is, there's obviously related pieces to it, like the municipal code. The UDO itself, my staff has spent substantial time and energy getting this to be where it is today in front of the council. They have worked significantly with commissioners that had concerns to resolve those concerns. So I guess I feel like to continue to treat the UDO as a one-item issue is not fair to the council. It's not fair to staff. And I think that if we are looking for a perfect UDO, it's just not going to happen. It's not going to be approved. I say that I don't think that's the right path to take. And I also believe that there is always an opportunity to come back and make adjustments as needed. But to hold it up and stop it, I think is just an extreme response to something that is only a small fraction, really, of the whole project.
I agree with that completely. And then my last question, which again, I know that you all can't answer it. I don't know if we're going to have the opportunity for the property owner to comment on this at all. But my only hesitance to vote yes and sign on the dotted line and commit city money to this project is, to my knowledge, and I could be wrong, but to my personal knowledge, we don't have any assurances in writing from the property owner that this company would be allowed on property to do those assessments and potentially move those monitors around. So for me to vote yes tonight, I need that assurance. I need not a gentleman's handshake, not a wink or a nod or a smile, not a verbal. I want something signed because it's a lot of money that we don't necessarily have. And I don't want to put the cart before the horse on another sound study that's basically not going to be worth the paper it's written on because they couldn't actually do the sound study.
Right. So I'm going to defer to Attorney Wesolowski to answer that question because my understanding is he and the developer have had many conversations about this piece in and of itself, and I would certainly invite the developer up too if he wants to squash any concerns or just kind of get us all on the same page so that way a decision can be made.
All right, while Mr. Zimmerman starts his way up here, and please have a seat at the main table, and your microphone is right there. And Mr. City Attorney, you want to chime in first, or you want to go right to Mr. Zimmerman?
My only thought a few weeks ago, bring this all together once and for all and all work together. And today still waiting on getting a meeting together that I proposed.
Okay, Mr. Zimmerman, good evening, welcome. Please just state your name and business address for the record, please.
Can you guys hear me? Mike Zimmerman, 7044 South Park, Ballpark Drive.
Okay, thank you for appearing. We've got a few more alders that are going to make some comments, and we'll go back to that part for you.
That was it for my comments.
Okay?
Yeah.
All right, we'll go with Alderman Pecorelli, then Alderwoman Eichman.
Thank you. So, make sure my mic's working here. So I guess the first thing I just would say is I do agree that we need to come up with a permanent solution. This has been going on for a long time, and we really do need a permanent solution here. And then to the item you brought up, I guess one of the questions I would have is I am very supportive of going with option 1. Again, I think the difference between 1 and 3, because they both were brought up earlier, is that 3 would essentially have it come back after anything else has been adjusted to it, and we'd be back again to talk about it more and approve it, and I'd like to keep moving. So I guess the question I would have in all of that then is a technical change or an adjustment to this essentially that an agreement in the contract with JPM, that we have an agreement in place with the Rock, and that we have what we need in place, and put that in the agreement with JPM. That way we kind of cover ourselves from that standpoint. And the other, I guess, related to that is the JPM contract, it reads as a time and materials contract. So if we sign it and they don't start, do we start to pay anything?
I can't answer.
Well, I'll chime in on a little bit of this, and it's open. So, no, once the terms and conditions of that contract, we go with option number 1, we would definitely be making sure that we've got that clarification, and that's a standard practice. We'll use Counselor's term of a boilerplate agreement to make sure that we've got everything covered that protects the city of Franklin's best interest, as well as making it real clear about Mr. Zimmerman and the Rock and where they're at, things, just so it's all out in the front and it's going to be out for everybody to see. There's nothing here that's going to be concealed. It's going to be very open and transparent. That's what we want. So I believe that should address that question. Are you good now?
I'm good.
Okay, Alderwoman Eichman?
Thank you, Mayor. In our last meeting with this discussion, it was my belief that myself, along with council, made it pretty loud and clear that we wanted to see a handwritten agreement from the developer in conjunction with the city that protects the developer on his end, protects us as a city. As Alderwoman Day stated, we have nothing in writing that we can go onto this property to perform this sound study. And I also think having that in writing, the developer will know what to expect on their end of things. We have nothing in writing that I'm aware of is the financial contribution and obligation from the developer, what this is costing our taxpayers. That information is not included in here tonight. So do we have any rough ballpark numbers of what this is going to cost?
70.
What the developer's obligation towards it is, or?
Well, okay, so I'm going to address some of your things first, then we're going to look at Director Administration. Mr. Zimmerman's up here, who gave the assurances that this organization does have the ability to go on the property and make the adjustments, because I guess that was one of the things I looked at from the very, when this whole discussion started was, well, are they in the right place? Are they the right height? That these are things that we need to have adjusted, and Mr. Zimmerman gave the verbal authority that was not going to be an issue. And if we have to go more than that, we'll figure out what it has to be, but that's to benefit all of us. I mean, are these in the right spot? Are they at the right height? Are they properly calibrated? Is an annual calibration? Is a field calibration? There's all sorts of different things that come to play here. As far as upfront costs now, I'm going to defer that to Madam Director of Administration to talk about some of the cost options or what we're looking for.
So what we're looking at is a proposal for $78,500. We know that the developer has said that he will not pay that. He will be comfortable, and I don't want to speak for you because you're right here, but to continue to pay for the sound monitoring services that he has or the equivalent dollar amount for JPM. I can't really speak to much more than that. I know that there is an outstanding obligation from year one of a study. And with that, I know the planning manager and I have kind of spitballed maybe this could satisfy that, and maybe we would have more of a contribution from the developer. It's nothing that we've actually spoken about. But so beyond that, I mean, it's $78,500, and I think we're kind of all in uncharted territory. None of us, I would believe, are familiar with what the path that we're going down. So I think, we sign with them, and I think part of that contract has to include the developer, so that way it ends up making it so all parties are involved and all parties have something at stake.
Well stated. Alderwoman Eichman, you still have the floor?
Thank you.
For now, okay.
For now.
Alderman Sluss and Alderman Craig.
My question, I'm looking at item number 5. It says about installing these 3 new monitors, and there'll be a charge $81.50 a month after 2 months. So the installation of these monitors, we basically kind of renting them for 2 months, then after that they're going to take them away. Do we have an option that we can purchase them and they remain on the property for good? That's the first leg of my question. And the second thing, suppose those people came with a beautiful recommendation that entailed that spending some money, changing the sound system, change the height, whatever recommendation they do. If we don't follow up on that, then basically, we are wasting our time and money. So what's going to happen next? Like, suppose, there is recommendations. Who is going to follow through? Is Mr. Zimmerman going to follow through? Is it the city? Who is going to, make the correction, whatever it is? Thanks.
I don't have a crystal ball. I can't look into the future and tell you what may or may not come up. I think that your questions are valid, and I think that they need to be considered with our agreement. And I'm looking at the city attorney as that lead on those questions and ensuring that the agreement has the developer, the city, and JPM in the total agreement. And these things are discussed and outlined.
And to add to that, the ultimate goal is to have this third party come in, make the adjustments, do the job, and we are not touching. We're done with it. One of the best dreams I've had now over the past 2 years and a month is to never ever have angry neighbors come forward, and to not have a developer that's not also giving the ability to have events and have successful events and to make money and prosper. So it's, again, coming together and figuring something out. Alderman Craig.
A lot of my questions and comments have really been kind of taken by my colleagues up here. I do echo a lot of the sentiments from Alderman Salou, from Alderman Pecorelli, from Alderwoman Day and Alderwoman Eichman, of where, there's, and you have said this as well, Mayor, is that there's a lot of moving parts that are a part of this. and being able to have just a belief that this is going to be a one shot, that all we have to do is just approve this and then everything will be, sunshine and rainbows. That is an unrealistic expectation. But as Alderman Pecorelli has really been very bullish on, this needs to be about not just, and to the Director of Administration's point, not just monitoring, because the monitoring only gets us so far. And then what are the solutions? How are we going to fix things? How are we going to mitigate? That needs to be the overall angle and kind of our goal as far as what we're working towards here. And Alderman Salou kind of stole my thunder when asking, once we have the recommendations, what's next, and how that will work for Mr. Zimmerman, for our friends at Ballpark Commons, and for all of our neighbors on Hawthorne in that subdivision. Whether or not it's going to be something where someone may say this doesn't look great, but if it doesn't look great, but all of a sudden it's quiet, that's 6 of one, half a dozen of another. So I think that we need to move forward in some manner, but I think to protect everyone involved, there needs to be a strong agreement in writing with everyone involved.
Right. So if I may, I agree with you. I've never tried to imply that this was a one step and done. I think this is the start to fixing things. The revised proposal from JPM was, let's talk about mitigation and really fix that, because if we can fix the sound issues, then the sound monitoring really becomes obsolete. And we need to start somewhere. If we are just kicking around the proposal but not starting, we're not getting anywhere. And we are wasting everybody's time, including our own. So this is about trying to get that start going. And the start is really heavily about, let's mitigate these issues and ensure that everything's set up how it should be. And if it's not, let's fix that. Those unknowns, they're going to have to come back to council. They're going to have to be conversations that the city, JPM, and the developer have, and they're going to be ongoing.
So with that, Mr. Zimmerman, you've got the floor.
I mean, I don't know what the question is. Courtney, I appreciated it. We will give access. I think that should get papered up. We've been trying to coordinate a meeting. And again, as a reminder, we tried doing this about a year ago. We offered the first version of the LOI, so it still sort of sits in the state it's in. So you guys have to move next. Hopefully that meeting gets it done. Kelly, I want to address the obligation comment. First off, I don't know that it's ever appropriate to negotiate live, but the obligation, and everybody here, maybe with the exception of you, is new to what I'm about to tell you, which is the obligation on the study we put forth with Mayor Olson at the time, a study that we would pay for. The Common Council then rejected that. So I have I don't know what you're thinking in terms of what you think I'm going to pay for or not pay for, but I just want to remind you of the history of that. And then in terms of the sound monitors, we already bought them. So there's 3 there, but there is a annual cost to maintaining that. But we own them. We offered to transfer those to you guys, and that paperwork is yet still to be done. But in terms of our support, I don't like coming to these meetings. So I'm all about, if we have to do another study, that's fine. I've made my position on the economics of the deal. I would also suggest, I'm not the finance person, but you guys are the benefactor of about $7-8 million of a deal that we did when we sold Bela Village that's sitting there. I think those funds might be able to be used for some of this remedy. But again, that's city finances issue. So we want this to go away. I think holding up any permits because of it is just, we still have to do business. So please don't do that. I mean, we work at a different speed than you guys do. So I would beg you to not do that.
Any direct questions for Mr. Zimmerman at this time? Alderwoman Day?
So, just backing up a second, Alderman Pecorelli had proposed if we move forward with option one, adding a caveat to that, that would be contingent on, you signing on to an agreement as well. And from what I'm gathering from what you just said, that you're comfortable with that, it's just your legal and our legal have to get together and actually write that up.
Yeah, I think that's I think we're overcomplicating it. I mean, I'm right now, yes, you guys can have access. I want this fixed. If you want a simple document, a complex document, doesn't matter to me. Let's not overdo it, but you guys have access to the property.
Correct. And I will fully admit that I was obviously not a part of the county board.
Right.
So I don't know what their process was working with you or not working with you for that sound study. It's documented in their formal study that they weren't allowed on property. So I just want to make sure that for this, because this is our money that we're controlling, that we're not, paying for something that we then won't have a good product at the end. So however that gets done, that's why I'm kind of harping on it being in writing, just because
I get it.
in
Yeah,
the
yeah.
back of my mind, but
I'm with you. Just send me something to sign, and then I'll sign it.
That'll be worked out through our city attorney. You still got the floor, ma'am?
no, that was it.
Okay, further discussions? If there's none, if somebody wants to entertain a motion,
I make that motion.
for which one?
For what?
For option number one.
So we've got a motion on the floor for option number one.
I'd like to add to it the language we were just talking about.
Yeah.
To make sure that agreement gets put in place.
Okay, so if the motion,
With
Mr.
the
Hassan,
amendment.
is that and the
Contingent.
technical changes or the changes approved by the city attorney,
Right.
you'd be good with that?
Yeah.
Okay, do you have the second, Mr. Pecorelli?
I'll second.
Okay, we've got a first and a second. This will be a roll call, please.
Alderman Craig.
Aye.
Alderman Salus.
Aye.
Alderwoman Day.
Aye.
Alderman Hassan.
Aye.
Alderwoman Eichman.
Aye.
Alderman Pecorelli.
Aye.
6 ayes, no nos, motion carries. Going up, might as well stay here, Mr. Zimmerman. G4, request to allow for a maximum sound level of 60 decibels for the Rock Food Truck Rally temporary use permit for property located at 7005 South Ballpark Drive, Rock Ventures LLC applicant. There's actually this chair right here is not being used, but Corinne, okay. Look at that. And if you please pass one of those microphones down. Look at that. Will they all work?
Table-side service.
Will they all work? All right, Mr. Martinez, are you starting this?
Yep. Good
Good
evening.
evening and welcome.
Thank you. Regular Martinez, Planning Manager. This is the request for an increase to the maximum sound level for this event. This started as a temporary use application that was presented to the Plan Commission. The Plan Commission approved the temporary use permit. However, the maximum sound level in the UDO for the Parks District, which is the underlying zoning district for the Plan Development District of the Rock Sport Complex, is 55 decibels. And under the municipal code, the Common Council has the authority to approve sound levels up to 79 decibels with the issuance of a permit. So the applicant filed and submitted a separate fee for this request to increase the sound level. So the applicant is requesting 60 decibels for this event, all 3 monitors. And the Plan Commission recommended to the Common Council this maximum sound level of 60 decibels for all 3 monitors.
Thank you. Discussion from council. Mr. Craig and Alderman Solis.
Sure. So why the need for the increase?
Well, I think the need for anytime we do an event, a part of it is sound, right? So what happens at the food trucks, which I believe has 0 complaints over the last number of years, if not 0, very low to that, there's an acoustic element to it. We have typically a 1 or 2 piece setup there every Thursday. So the reason for it is because of that piece of it. And the crowd's a little bigger, but mostly it's the acoustic group that's up there.
So years past, it has been at the 55, yes?
I wouldn't say years past, no. I would say last year it was 55, and that, as I've been very clear on all these other permits, is that 55 doesn't work for us.
Okay. So it was, last year was at 55, still had no complaints, yes?
Well, no complaints from the folks here in the room,
Okay.
but in terms of the product quality, whether it be this or Milkmen, the product quality suffered significantly. Way more on the Milkmen than this, but this is, it's 5 decibels. I don't want to suggest it's not a big deal, but what we provided was a global plan. As a reminder to everybody, and we've been now, this is our 7th or 8th permit, that took all of our events into consideration, modeled them, looked at past, what worked, what didn't work, and we gave a comprehensive plan by event, by monitor. So this is just another, it's a little odd that it goes through planning, and that's why we're sitting here today, not when we were here a month or 2 ago.
So if it's just acoustics, it's not gonna be, where like my kid getting an electric guitar and all of a sudden like we can't sleep at night. So this was going to be very low as far as an impact goes because it's acoustic, correct?
That's typically how acoustic works,
Okay.
yes.
But it needs to be louder, the maximum needs to be louder because of.
Well, I'll remind you again.
I'm just wondering.
Yeah, no, it's a good question because, it's just a good question. We idle at 55 without anything going on up there. Does that make sense? When there's no event, there's no golf, we idle at 55.
Okay.
If I could just chime in while you're gathering your thoughts on this. So, Corinne, when I asked him, just please pull that microphone and state your name and business address for the record, please.
Corinne Hoffman, 7044 South Ballpark Drive.
Okay, and this question could be for both of you. What year is it now with the food trucks? I mean, what year are we in?
I believe we are in our 11th year.
11th year of this event.
Yes.
And you limit the amount of food trucks that are allowed there on a Thursday night.
Yes, we can only have 10.
So 10. So you've got 10 food trucks. You're in your 11th year, and you're looking to increase the decibel limit from 55 to 60.
Correct.
Okay. Back to you.
Well, just as a point of clarification, what we're asking for, as we used to do 79 across the board on everything. And again, I think history, context is very important here. And as I've said time and time again, the pendulum swung way too far last year, and that's evidenced in revenues, product quality, et cetera. We're not asking for 79. We're actually dialing in each product. We've met with a number of you already about that strategy. It was good. We've had 3 or 4 meetings on it. So it's a notch up because it's of the acoustic element.
Thank you. Mr. Craig, you got the floor, then Alderman Eichman.
So then if that's, do you have like a schedule as far as who's coming on which days?
Food trucks or acoustic? Yeah,
The entertainment side of things.
Yeah, we typically, yes, we do. How far in advance that is? What are we typically 30, 60 days out, something like that?
About a month out.
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm just curious, why is that not coming to licensing then, if it's an entertainment that's going to be part of this? I'm just, for my own edification on this.
Yeah. When I started all the permits since like 2017 for this event were processed as a temporary use through the planning department, because according to the UDO, like sales from trucks, like food trucks, that's a temporary use permit.
So the trucks are exempt from needing a permit, correct?
No, they need a temporary use permit.
Oh, the temporary use permit.
Right.
Okay, but then the entertainment side of it is also part of that? I'm just trying to like kind of square that circle as far as it goes.
Yeah, that is a good question because actually in the project narrative, the location of the stage for the entertainment that is not in the site plan. It's only like a food truck area.
Okay. I'll yield for now.
Yield for now. Okay, Alderman Eichman and Alderwoman Day.
Thank you, Mayor. Mike, as far as for the food truck nights, the 11 years that they've been running, how many of those years has that incorporated music? Has it been that full 11 or?
I think for the most part.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's what I thought, because when one of the, well, not so close neighbors, but was surprised this evening that incorporated music, I looked at that as a very positive thing, that then she's not hearing the music from the events and she was not aware that you have that on Thursday nights. So that's great.
It's a surprise.
And also going from 79 is a reminder for those that are new up here. This event on Thursday evenings used to be at 79. That was a little bit loud. Then we dropped it down to 55, a little bit too low. I also wanted to point out in the action requested, it's a motion to allow for a maximum sound level of 60. So up to 60. It doesn't mean that it's going to constantly idle at a solid 60. The top peak of that would be at a 60. Sometimes it could be down at a 50, 55, depending. So it's not going to be necessarily that entire time at a straight 60 is my point. So I just wanted to make some clarifications on those points, and I'd like to go ahead and make the motion to allow for an additional 5 dBA to a sound level of up to 60 for the Rock and Food Truck Rally temporary use permit.
So we will have further discussion, but we have a first on the motion. Is there a second to the motion?
I will second that.
We have a first and a second. You got that, Madam Clerk? Further discussion, Alderwoman Day.
Thank you. I think, so going back to Plan Commission from a few weeks ago, I think where I was getting stuck with this one is I don't have a fundamental problem with the food truck event. I think it's a great event. I don't have any issues with that and with the temporary use permit for that event. I think where I was getting stuck was this year, and I know in years past, we could go back in time, and in years past, you may have, gone up to 79 or whatnot, but it was never, I don't ever really remember there being a request for a decibel limit on it. And I was confused about why you were asking for more, because I believe initially, 2 weeks ago, it was higher than the 60. That was kind of the compromise that the Plan Commission came to. And I was confused. I was going back and forth. And when I asked where you got those numbers from for your initial ask for Plan Commission, Corinne had mentioned that you guys were modeling it after the concert series event, which is what it matched. And so that's where I was getting stuck, because this is 23 extra days of going over the 55. And that's where I'm getting stuck, because there's already so many, and this is 23 extra events. So that's where I'm getting stuck and where I'm having the biggest issue. It has nothing to do with the food trucks. I like the event. I think it's great for the city. It draws a lot of people in. It draws people to other venues within the complex. It's just the extra. So my vote at Plan Commission, when I voted no, was for the increase in the decibel. It was not a no to the event. So I want to be perfectly clear on that I'm in favor of the event. My sticking point is the decibel limit. That's where I am with that. And I also want to be perfectly clear that my personal opinion on your venue and your events is completely separate than my role as an alderperson. So I have to weigh both of those together. And tonight, the way it's stacking up is that if the motion is as it stands right now, I would be a no for the increase, not a no to the event. So just clarification on where I stand. Thank you.
Courtney, just out of curiosity, does your district have problems with the sound levels with the Rock typically?
District 4?
Yep.
No, but I represent all
I
the
mean-
city. I mean, yes.
But mostly your district. I'm not playing games with you. I'm just curious if.
I mean, and
That's-
of the people that have called or emailed me in this last week and a half, I have not asked where they live. Some offered their address that were not in my district. Some said they did live in my district. I did not ask them for their addresses, so I can't say whether it's because they were there and thought it was loud or whether they haven't been there at all. I don't know. I just know that the people that were speaking to me personally this week had this ask. So that is where I'm coming from.
Okay, one further thing, and I'll get to Alderman Bill, that I pointed out on Plan Commission that attending these when they first started and these food trucks that had the loud generators, and I thought that noise carried opposed to last year where I've noticed that most of these food trucks are higher end. They have internal mechanisms that keep that noise from projecting outward. That's why I supported, the 5 decibels didn't appear to be much of an issue. But I'll yield to Alderman Salus.
Just like a quick comment, considering the fact we have this comprehensive study about the sound system in the entire complex, I believe, for us to proceed with the 60 is a safe bet because, it's a notch from the 55, and we have this comprehensive study coming forth. So, I'm kind of okay with that.
Okay, Mr. Piccarelli?
So just 2 items. The first is, so you brought up I have a different mic and.
Yeah, you got issues with D1.
Yes. All right, so I'll start over. So you brought up that, your product is kind of, I don't remember the term you used, but it wasn't as good of a product, I guess is the way I would summarize it, is I think what you had stated before. Last year versus previous years, I think what we established is previous years we were operating on a much higher decibel limit than last year. It was 55. So if you compare last year at 55, the attendance and kind of how that operated to the previous year was just rough order of magnitude. What kind of percentage?
I mean, it's a good question. I don't know the answer to that. I don't know. I mean, what time does the event end? The acoustics are usually done by what, 9:30 or
9 p.m.
9 p.m. Somebody's mowing their lawn in that neighborhood, they're in violation. So we're trying to, what we've been asked to do is to put together a comprehensive, data-driven plan on sound by product, by monitor, and that's what we did. So I'm sorry, what was your did I answer your question?
No.
I felt like I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Well, one more time, hit me again.
All right, so attendance from, or you can look at it as revenue, but from a standpoint of what you had last year at 55 to the previous year, when I think it was 79.
Yeah.
What's the kind of the drop off you saw there?
I don't know. I'd have to look. I mean, honestly, whatever, put it at 55. Let's do the milkman thing. I mean, if you get the votes, great. I don't know the answer to that, and I'm not gonna. That's not my big issue tonight. My big issue is milkmen. Extra 5 decibels in this particular product. What's really important for me tonight is the milkman. So I don't want to waste a lot of time on that. I don't have the answers to your questions.
Okay.
You still got the floor, sir.
All right, and then the second item I had was I think the last ones we did correction periods. Does this need a correction period added to it? That's my only, because we got an increase in this. And then I guess my third would be is I would be supportive at 55 with going forward with it. I think the events are very good and everything. So.
I don't have an answer for the correction period, but as far as we've done in the past with everything else that is in accordance, there would have to be some sort of correction period. Again, this is a tough one because I don't have any complaints in front to judge this by. Were there complaints? I don't believe there were any.
None.
Madam Clerk is shaking her head no, that there was none. And for specifically for the food truck night. I know it's heavily attended, and it is also weather-driven, so that's that component of this. But I guess that's how I would look at this, is if we had no complaints, but if we do have complaints, they'll be dealt with swiftly, as the others have, and there's been accountability with citations issued. So, I mean, that's why I believe you give somebody a chance who's has no issues with this. We've had none in the past, so.
And we didn't have it in the past before, when it was at 79.
And when it was at 79, there were no issues either. So at 55 last year, there were none. They're asking for 5 more decibels to operate, and that's where they're at. So you still got the floor, Mr. Pecorelli.
I yield.
Okay.
John, can I just comment one?
Mr. Zimmerman, you've got the floor.
Just two things that it would be great just for consistency as an operator. But what we've been doing is we've been collaring this with the 15-minute correction period, and we've also been collaring it with sound check. For what it's worth, I just,
I would enjoy and attend another sound check, as we did if the Knowles allow us back on their property to do that, and it was very successful. I believe the neighbors on Hawthorne appreciated it. They embraced it because they could see it in real time and hear everything that's going on. And I would like to at least, perhaps see if that's an issue at all, again, for the first May 29th. Is that correct? Corinne, yes?
Yes.
So if we would just do another sound check on that night, it would be great. So there's no issues. That would be wonderful. You agree to that?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. Fair enough. Mr. Pecorelli, you've got the floor still?
I yielded.
Okay, we have a first, no further discussion. We have a first and a second. Roll call, please.
Pecorelli.
Aye.
Alderwoman Eichman.
Aye.
Alderman Hassan.
Aye.
Alderwoman Day.
No.
Alderman Sluse.
Aye.
Alderman Craig.
No.
4 ayes, 2 noes, motion carries. G5,
Can I just ask for clarification? They're going to be a 15-minute
yes.
one.
whatever's consistent, whatever we've done on the other permits, maybe.
Whatever's consistent with the accountability for the other permits.
One. Yeah, they'll notify you, and then after that, they won't notify.
Whatever's consistent with the other permits that have been
I
granted.
want to make sure.
G5, request to allow for a maximum sound level of 65 decibels for the Franklin Field 2025 temporary use permit for property located at 7035 South Ballpark Drive, Rock Ventures LLC. Applicant, Mr. Martinez, good evening again. You've got the floor.
Thank you again. This is similar to the previous item. I will just touch on the differences. For this item, the applicant is requesting a sound level of 65 decibels instead of the 55 decibels from the Unified Development Ordinance. And in the conditions of approval on the temporary use permit approved by the Plan Commission, there is a condition that states that the applicant must submit a noise monitoring report as required by condition of approval number 2 of Ordinance 2019, which is the ordinance for the PDD, no later than July 1st, this year. And the Plan Commission approved the temporary use permit and recommended to the Common Council the maximum sound level of 65 decibels for all sound meters.
Okay, thank you. Opened up to members of the council at this point. If not, okay, Alderman Eichman, start us off.
All right, I'll start. And this is for Mr. Zimmerman. With lowering the decibel level last year down to 55, what type of product did that produce? What did you see? What did you hear? I'll ask you first, and then I'll share with you the feedback I've heard on that.
Yeah, I mean, we had a couple of meetings. We also prepared a memo that was, I think, in your packet at some point that talked about the reduction in revenue. We do what's called a net promoter score every year. That just fell off. I mean, it's a major issue. It is. I'm not going to continue to do minor league baseball in the city at 55. I'll tell you that right now.
Still got the floor, ma'am.
Thank you. Feedback that I've received is people are unable to hear the national anthem. Numerous charities that work through the Rock Foundation, who were with the 50/50 raffles, were worried, there's one particularly that I have in mind, that the winner just simply didn't hear the ticket number being called. Even though it's on the screen, they couldn't hear the ticket number being called. I personally know people that reside outside of the city and within the city that told me last year they will not attend another game because they couldn't hear it, so what's the point? My point is we hear from both sides. Well, I respect the noise issues from some of the neighbors, not all, but some of the neighbors that reside on Hawthorne, because we can all agree it's not every household. They're not here. And I do personally know neighbors that do reside on Hawthorne that don't have an issue with it. They actually enjoy it. Now, we know not everyone does, but so there has been feedback from both sides of it's produced a derogatory product. People go, they can't attend. I know somebody that walked out midway through the game. They said, this is ridiculous. We can't hear it. What's the point of being here? So, I mean, I could go on and on. We could have probably filled the audience tonight if we wanted with those such people, but we didn't. So I just wanted to share some of the feedback that I've heard and developer as well.
I'll just add, appreciate those comments. And there's lots of them, whether it's disrespectful to the veteran salute, the national anthem, just the quality of the product. This is a meeting in the middle solution too. And the great irony of all of this is when we did our sound check last year with the neighbors, that sound check was in the 60s. What we didn't realize is that our permit only had us at 55. So what we presented to the neighborhood, and I believe, John, you were there, was a decibel reading that was already in the 60s. To get to 65 is still a lot of work. We moved a lot of speakers. All of the stuff that actually we did going into last year didn't even get, we didn't get the credit for it, moving of the speakers, because it was the volumes were so low. So again, we were at the 79. We're not asking for that. We're asking for something in the middle, and it's still going to be very difficult for us, but we believe that that's a fair compromise.
Thank you. I'll yield for now, Mayor.
So one comment before we continue. That sound check that I attended, and I do see Mrs. Knoll here, so maybe we'll ask her if we can get permission again to go there. When Mr. Atkins had his laptop, and it was basically lowering the volume of the announcer, lowering the bass that was projected, and the neighbors that were in attendance seemed happy with it. And you're right, it was, I believe, 63, 64 decibels, and that was acceptable because that bass was lower. And if the bass was lower, it didn't travel as far, it didn't have a negative impact on them, and the neighbors were very happy. And that was further that the city has gone with the neighbors than in the past ever. And it was the neighbors, it was the developer, came to an agreement, and I thought it worked out very well. And, it was hearing both sides, I think they worked out well. So with that theme, Alderwoman Day,
Sure, I can. So I'm gonna replay some of my comments from Plan Commission again. So I am a huge baseball fanatic. I grew up in Wausau. There was always a team there, whether it was the Timbers initially, now it's the Woodchucks. I spent a lot of time in Green Bay, so Timber Rattler games. So I understand the product that you put forward, and that it's more than just a baseball game. There's other things going on, and to that end, it's not just when in between innings or people just sort of get up to go to the bathroom. That's when the fun stuff is happening. So people want to be able to see and hear all of the things that are going on. So I understand that you want to put on a product that people can hear everything that's going on. Also, to Alderwoman Eichmann's points about the folks that she's had that support potentially raising the decibel limit up this year. I'll say people who agree with something very rarely show up to speak in favor of it. Usually it's always people who disagree with something that are more passionate that come out. So sometimes it does, slant one way or the other. I did want to read a portion of an email that I received that I actually hadn't thought about before, that I thought was an interesting potential thought to consider this evening. And it's from someone, I won't mention her name, but I believe everybody up here got the same email. But she lives somewhat near the stadium, not as close as some in the audience, but she's close enough that she would hear things on her own in previous years. And she agrees that last year it was very nice and enjoyable. She could go outside, she didn't hear anything. She also says that, when she was in the stadium for the games, that she and her husband go to the games regularly. She said that she could hear everything just fine. But the caveat that she puts in is that it was a weeknight game. And her assumption is that attendance at weeknight games might be a little bit lower than weekend games. So like ambient noise of crowd and whatnot could be, impacting things. And so while she was not necessarily in favor of raising the decibel limit for every game, she was proposing potentially raising it to 65 for the weekend games when attendance is higher and leaving it at 55 or 60 for other games. I did the math of Milkmen games. So there's of the 50 games that we have in front of us on the schedule, there's 18 that are a Friday or Saturday game. So I just wanted to get your thoughts on that. Logistically, it's a little bit of a nightmare for everybody involved. I understand that. So taking that piece out of it, is that, what do you think of that as a possible?
Yeah, no, I think it's cute. And what I mean by that is, you guys just approved an expert. And I think that if we're going to make, the product guy in me is I don't want a different product on a Tuesday than I do on a Friday, Saturday.
Basically, I agree. It's not.
Well, not even logistics. Just it's like I don't want to. But that leads to then I have to discount tickets, and it's just it's a shitty product on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Sorry about that, folks. And I think it's flawed logic.
We don't have a 5-second delay, so unfortunately that was captured.
Oh, sorry. Well, whatever. It's part of my style. The other thing is, we don't our yes, weekends are busy, but there's also certain games that are weekday games that are maybe a promotional event. We use a different philosophy, so we could actually have a peak night on a Thursday or a Wednesday, or it could be the kids game, which those things are really loud, which is during the day on whatever day it is. So, well, I think that that's interesting, and I think it's cute. I think that is a good suggestion for somebody that really understands sound and can help us. I'd rather punt on that, given everything else we're doing with this group. I wouldn't feel comfortable having two different products up there. I think that's again, at 55, I still have an issue with Veterans Salute, the national anthem. Those issues still exist, which I think is disrespectful to those pieces of the product.
And that's fair, because I wanted to get your thoughts.
Yeah, no, I
had never thought of parsing it out like that and not knowing what you do on every night and what specials are every night. So
I think it makes sense if the sound study group could come in and say, well, here's with 4,000 people in that stadium, that creates an extra. I just don't know enough about whether or not the bodies in that stadium impact the sound, right? Do they act as a barrier? I don't know the answers to that, but I think we should throw that into the scope of work.
And then I just have two more questions for you. The first, you mentioned that that ticket sales or revenue in general was down last year. Do you have, roughly speaking, I'm not going to hold you to this number, but an estimate of 2023 to 2024, like a percentage dip that you saw?
Yeah, that was in the memo that I put. That's in your package. I know I wrote it. I think it got in there in the application. It talked not just about attendance, but revenue. And then what's really important to us are these net promoter scores. And you can just see that just drops. And there are some things that are just on us, like concessions that we need to do a better job of. But it's glaring. It's in all the data. And I can resurface that to the extent it'd be helpful.
And then keeping, I guess, three questions. Sorry, this is like question B to the one I just asked you. So if you keep things across the board, where your sound was allowed up to 79, year 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way through up until last year, those that revenue stream and that those scores that you're talking about, those promoter scores, that stayed relatively
Yes.
stable.
Yeah,
And
we-
last year, there was the dip. So we're stable, stable, stable dip.
I would say it was growing, and then fell off of the cliff.
Okay. And then my last question is, has anybody ever measured what the decibel limit, or what the decibel level, sorry, is at the source of the speakers? Just for rate of comparison to say, you know, if it's 55 at one particular property line, or 60 or 65, or whatever that number is, what is it actually at the source? Because what I want to prevent from happening is that, and I've said this before, is that I don't think the solution is always for the city to say, yeah, crank it up. I feel like there's something else, you know, going on, and that at some point it has to stop being the city's kind of bailiwick to fix the problem of the product of the sound, if it's the sound system or the location of the speakers. And I know that's what we've done in the past, but and I understand that there's a sound study coming and there'll be a host of new ideas potentially put out there, but just the solution always seems to be, well, we'll just let it go louder. And I don't know if that's always going to be the best solution for everybody, because it's not really fixing what the problem is.
And I agree.
It's just going to compound, you know, the complaints and people coming in, so just cranking the sound doesn't necessarily help. That there might be a placement issue or a sound system issue or whatever the concept is, but there was the thought of, you know, let's let the sound study play out and go with those recommendations as a fix, and not just keep cranking the sound. But
Yeah, I do. I would. Yeah, no. Those are fair comments. And what I would say is the work that we did last year, taking speakers down, moving them, resetting the zones, that then got demonstrated to the residents, lowering bass, making sure Van had a control mechanism on his microphone. That got demonstrated to the residents last year, and it sat at 63, 64. They're like, oh, this is good. And then the permit says 55. So my point is that we haven't even been able to experience in earnest the changes that we made last year, which were significant.
And the sound check that's happening on Thursday for the Milkmen, right?
It is.
So it seems weird to me that we would set a limit and then go. I don't understand the purpose of the sound check. Is it so the neighbors understand what that noise limit is? Because, I mean, to me, a sound check is done to kind of set the limit. But if the limit's already set, what's the point of having the sound check?
I think that the purpose of the sound check is to collaborate with our neighbors.
100%.
And also, you know, adjusting the things that they adjusted last year, like bass and those things, made meaningful impact to the neighbors, where maybe the sound monitor just didn't, you know, pick up on those things. So I think it's a good exercise, you know, regardless. The other thing too that we never really talk about is just, you know, the weather variability. I mean, that's a big, from whether it's windy or it changes. So there's some days it's, you know, louder than it is, and you know, we need to set the metric at something, and our PDD says that. So I think that I mean, there's more science here, and I think that I don't want to punt everything to the study, but you know, that's sort of where we're at.
And I know where we are with, you know, the date and the time that we're bumping up against with Friday on the horizon, which goes back to, I think, the point of at Plan Commission, the no vote came from Commissioner Schwago, and it was about the 90-day requirement that's in the resolution for the submission for the baseball games. So we didn't have that buffer. So here we are again, like right up against it, because ideally, I think we're doing things in order here. It would ideally have been better to do the sound check, have that data from the neighbors, from you, from whoever. This is what we did. This is what we tweaked. This is what the number is. Council, are you okay with that? Rather than we have to nebulously agree to something, and then you're going to go do a sound check. So we are where we are, and we have to vote tonight. I get that, but I wish we could have done this in a different order, because to me, it seems like we're backwards again on this.
If I could comment before we go to Alderman Craig. The sound check is, just like Mrs. Zimmerman said, it's a collaboration with the neighbors. And to see where it's at, to have them out, to have them see where the bass could be lowered, because there was all those things, that worked excellent last year. It really did. And I think that's the theme, and it's going to keep moving. I understand what you're saying, but we're here tonight, and if that's where this ends up, then the neighbors are going to know exactly where it's at for that, for it moving forward. Mr. Craig.
Yeah, kind of echoing the question about the schedule. And, you're almost done with the UWM schedule. I think they have 2 games left, Friday and Saturday. What have you been operating on those ones at during this time where, I don't know, like, has it been something where you've been sticking to the 55? Has it been where you've been saying, like, I can operate at this level and see if anyone complains? Like, where are we at as far as, like, today's operations go?
I don't believe the UWM games impact sound. It's a different product. D1 baseball, college baseball, and minor league baseball. It's an apple and oranges comparison.
Okay.
They just don't have the entertainment that we have. It's just not the same product. So so as a result, because they're just basically playing baseball, they do some announcing. It hasn't impacted the sound, but that's not that's not what we. That's not the game.
It's not like a
I don't want to be like,
or anything
yeah.
like that, or
I mean, if you look at their attendance, they're doing like 200-300 people a game.
okay.
That's not our goal.
And then your season kicked off last Sunday.
Our preseason, our spring training.
Okay, so because I'm just looking at all the dates that were provided to us, and I just seen like that was one of them. So your actual season begins on Friday then.
May 9th, right?
Okay. So I think we had the same sort of conversation last year as far as the schedule and that time frame as far as getting it turned in so we can have these discussions without it being like, hey, last minute make a decision. Is there any way that we can see this in a much more with much more lead time so we can have a much more robust discussion?
Yeah, absolutely. You guys just got to, it's a little confusing to work with you folks. To go to plan commission and then here, and then we're at license committee. You guys, I think we just say, here's when we want it. We had a nice discussion in fall or maybe winter saying, how do you guys want your info? We had a meeting on that. You weren't there, but with other powers that be, and they said, let's do it this way. So we did it. We did it that way.
Okay.
And so if you guys want different, you guys just tell us when and how. And yes, there are some things that we've missed that we'll correct. But yeah, the earlier the better for us too. This is, we're opening up on Friday, and everybody's waiting to hear. You got cameras here. Where are they gonna go here? So no one wants this.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, Alderman Sluice and Alderwoman Eichmann again.
Just a quick note, Mr. Zimmerman. Last year I am in the construction business, and I do clearly recall last year was horrible luck weather-wise, rained every single day. And could that be a reason to justify the drop in the attendance? Because if it's rainy, if it's windy, forget about someone going to a sporting event. And that's one question. The second one, did you manage to kind of visit other communities that they have like similar sport facility to see how they're managing, because it seems to be the Rock is the only venture that we dealing with the noise with it. I'm just like wondering if there's a little bit more science into the speaker system, the sound system. There has to be something that we are missing here. I'm just like wondering if you can comment on that.
Yeah, I can comment. You may not love what I'm about to say, but in terms of the weather, weather always plays a factor. But our tickets are, if there's a weather issue, they get to reuse that ticket, pick another game. So generally, that doesn't, it impacts maybe the day of, but then what we'll see is a swell later on a different game. It was very clear in all of the data that there's complete, correlation between sound and the drop in kind of the core metrics. So then the second question around other stadiums, yeah, everything was built, with best practices in mind. The gentleman that got up and said the answer is just in a new sound system. That sound system is a nice sound system. Are we optimizing it? I don't know yet. I guess we'll find out with the study. But I believe it certainly has the price tag to suggest that it's, bells and whistles. I don't know. I know that I paid a lot of money for it compared to, other peers. I would say one of the reasons, the bigger question is why is the rock always an issue? I don't know. I think that there's more to than just a simple solution. I think that there's a lot of communities that don't put up with this kind of stuff too. So that's the piece that I think you may not like to hear, but that would be, when we have the same people coming up saying the same thing over and over, and it's 3-4 people, it's a community of 36,000 people. That's my reaction to that comment.
Yield? Alderman Eichman.
Thank you, Mayor. Having the confidence that we approved G3 for hiring the JPM company to perform the sound study test, I think that's moving forward. It gives me the confidence that moving up from a 55 to a 65 dBA, I have a product that produces more revenue overall for the city of Franklin as far as tourism and so forth, bringing more people into our city, that I would feel comfortable with that. Before, when it was at 79, I think it was a tad bit loud, especially, I could hear bovine moo a good portion through the city. That was a little bit loud that we found. 55 is a little too low. I feel 65 is a compromise. Everyone may not like it, but it is a compromise that meets in the middle that is fair. He's not asking for the 79 again. So with that being said, I feel confident to go ahead and make the motion to allow for a maximum, as it states in here. I'm going to say that again, maximum sound level of 65 dBA.
Okay, we've got a first on the motion. We'll have further discussion. Do we have a second on the motion? We have a first on the motion. Is there a second on the motion?
I'll second.
We have a first and a second. Further discussion by Alderwoman Day.
I shudder to bring this up again because I thought it was a good idea last year and then we failed miserably at following through on it. I believe last year when we were approving the concert series, I had asked as an amendment to the motion to revisit in 30 days or 60 days, I don't remember, at some point to revisit and have this as an agenda item so we could check to make sure that things were going okay and then make adjustments if needed if they weren't. Now, we kind of forgot that second piece until the day before the last concert, which then didn't really matter much in the end. But I would suggest perhaps that if this body is entertaining allowing a higher level than the 55, that we have some sort of moment where we can check this and make adjustments if needed.
Mr. Zimmerman, before you answer this, so if you were to do an amended motion, what would that motion look like?
I would
Oh, look at that.
use my calendar.
Can I just, before you do that, because I think, so during the license, after we,
Zimmerman, you got the floor.
sorry, but we already did this. Jesse came up with some sophisticated motion that we tacked on to each one, I believe, that allowed the sound study. If something comes up in the sound study, we revisit it. I believe that's what we did on everything else a month ago. So again, it's just advice
Okay.
to stay consistent for us.
All
The
right.
only thing I'll say to that is I think the timeline for the sound study is going to be past your season by the time that's done. Given what we talked
But
about.
isn't that at the end of the day that all that really matters right now? We're just sitting here talking past each other for 15 years on what we think should be done. And I think, whether it's your email or, somebody saying, all you got to do, one simple thing is just change the sound system. We need somebody that people believe is the ultimate source to lead us. That's my point. Like, so we're going to say 60 days from now, and then we're going to do this all over again?
Alderwoman Day, you still have the floor.
I would say yes to the last question you asked. And because I think what I was hearing this evening from people up here, people in the audience, people that I have talked to over the last few weeks, is that everybody understands that in maybe the next 5 or 6 months, there will be a recommendation from a reputable third-party company on things that can be done to improve the situation as a whole. But until then, we have to come up with something that is going to work for you as a business, but also at the same time not infringe on the neighbors in all directions of the baseball stadium. So yes, I would say if we're going to allow something over the standard 55 decibels of the zoning, that there should be a point that we come back and discuss if this is going well and if it's not, and then can make corrections thereafter. But last year, that was the plan for the concert series. I don't know if we failed to set a date or if we all just forgot to go back and put it on an agenda until it was far too late to even talk about it. So yes, I would say that I would.
Alderwoman Day, if I
Yeah.
could stop you. Madam Clerk has located, would you please read it aloud, please?
Mr. Zimmerman, I think this is what you're talking about. It said if the sound is verified by the police department to be in violation, there's a 15-minute timeline once contact has been made with Rock Ventures to get sound back to the agreed decibels at that monitor before receiving a violation, subject to any city code regulations or agreement being adopted, created, and/or entered into after the date of approval of this application, which subsequent code provisions, regulations, and/or agreements as they pertain to sound noise requirements shall be applicable to the license operations approved hereunder.
I don't know if that's. Okay, so,
I could have dreamt that too. I thought there was something, but
well,
I thought he mentioned it's a time limit such as
yeah.
the 60 days.
I think the spirit of, if I recall, the spirit of it was if we get a recommendation and it's for better for everybody, that we can come back and I thought you worked up something, but because I know we ended up tacking something on to all of these. And if that was it,
Yep, that was it.
then,
It's on
and again, I don't know that it gets you where you want.
that was it?
Yeah, it was attached to each one. I'm looking at them right now from the April 2nd, 2025.
So that was attached to April 2nd, 2025. Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
Alderwoman Day, you still have the floor?
Yeah.
Alderwoman Day, you still have the floor?
Yeah, I just want to finish this one sentence. Which, yes, I agree with all of that. However, the discussion we had earlier this evening was that we're not exactly sure when JPM is going to be able to start. We know that when they do start, it's at least 3 months for them to be doing the monitoring, then however long it takes them to write their finalized report. So I don't want to wait on that, much like you didn't want us to wait on that to put limits on I don't want to wait on that as on the other side of the coin either. So I think having a day where we reconvene, and you know what? If that date comes and there's no complaints, then it doesn't end up on an agenda. But then there's a date where we say my suggestion would be the July 15th date. That's 2 months worth of data. So that would be my suggestion.
Yeah, I mean,
as an add-on.
the only thing I would just who's going to be the arbiter of it? We've just incentivized complaints by doing this. So there are going to be complaints.
Well, it's
This is a bill.
substantiated.
Well, that's, but that's a,
That term,
Okay.
not
going to
just
be the arbiter. What's
amended
going to be the measurement stick?
Yes, I mean, you know me, Mike. I don't mean everybody calling every 5 seconds saying it's too loud. I mean things that are legitimately over the threshold, that are verified by our police department when they go back and look at the recordings.
Okay. I mean, yeah. I mean, if it's about keeping in compliance to that, if there's recommendations, I'll always do that. But, I just don't, there's so much subjectivity here. I have a product. I have a business I'm running. Say now you're up for it again. You got to redo it. I like the spirit of it. But if let's invite the same people to come and complain about it, it's going to be the circus all over again.
But I think to Alderwoman Day's point, that this may be the thing that passes this tonight and gets support. And I believe that, again, it's a substantiated complaint, substantiated violation, not just, it's got to have something that's got teeth and legitimate verification by the police department. I think that's what you're saying, Alderwoman Day?
Yes, I'm trying to find a place where everybody can go as a start. And we've got this, okay, we've got this number dialed in that we vote on tonight. And then tomorrow, Thursday, you go and you know what that number is, and you can make other tweaks to it that hopefully then the number isn't as scary to the neighborhood, because you can make tweaks to the base or whatnot to, kind of lessen the impact on them. Because last year it was 63. So, maybe 65 is fine when you do the tweaks or whatnot. But I want there to be some sort of safeguard that if it turns out that that's not good, that we can come back and have a discussion again about how it's going from the perspective of the neighbors and the perspective of you as your business, and have that discussion. But right now, waiting on that study to give us a solution is not fair to you, and it's not fair to them. It will help us in the long run, but right now, with the season starting in 3 days, it doesn't help us.
So are you saying that that's to amend that motion to say to come back July 15th for discussion? Would you amend your motion?
I would amend my motion.
Would you amend your second?
I would, yes.
Okay, we've got a first and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Alderman Craig?
No.
Alderman Salus?
Yes.
Alderman Day?
Yes.
Alderman Hassan?
Yes.
Alderwoman Eichman?
Yes.
Alderman Pecorelli?
Aye.
5 ayes, 1 no, motion carries.
Thanks, guys.
Okay, so it was an informal motion to make it official. Again, we've got the vote, but there was an amended motion that you stated that you wish to amend.
Yes.
There was a second on the amended motion.
Yes.
And then we voted by roll call. So it's 5 ayes, 1 no, motion carries.
Mayor,
Okay.
can I request,
The main motion as requested separate. Okay, got it. You vote on the amendment, then you vote on the motion as amended. The motion is to amend it.
She amended her motion.
yeah.
It was seconded, and then it was a roll call vote.
And I amended my second.
Yes, we are good.
And Mayor-
We're,
Or once it's seconded.
As we have 25 items left on the agenda, can I
Yes.
request a 10-minute recess?
yes, I was going to agree with you on that. So
Thank you.
it is 8:47. Please come back at 8:57. Okay? Kelly, let us know when we're off. Item 3 with us tonight is Mr. Martinez and Ms. X. Good evening and welcome, and thank you for being patient. You've got the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. Planning staff is pleased to present this update to the Unified Development Ordinance, the text, and the zoning map after 4 years of work. This project started in 2021, so I will do my best to summarize all these 4 years of work. the version that you have in your packet of the ordinance text is the version that was presented before the Plan Commission in a public hearing in January. And it includes the red line revisions and comments discussed with the Plan Commission at 3 different meetings after the public hearing. So the purpose of the presentation is to look back at the process, we get here, overview of the major changes to the text and the zoning map, and the recommendation from the Plan Commission, and separate projects if this ordinance is adopted. Next, please. Oh, you have, okay. Oh, you have the mouse, okay. Yeah, yeah, thank you. So what is the UDO? It establishes zoning districts for the entire city with the zoning map that you have there. Here we have the current zoning map and the proposed zoning map. And then it sets use standards for each district, such as permitted use. Some districts are residential, or the retail district, or mixed use. And also sets like standards like building height, setbacks, and more specifics to parking, lighting, and landscaping. And also set the land division standards like minimum lot sizes or streets width, required sidewalks, or other public improvements for new subdivisions. It is called unified because kind of combine use and land division. Before the UDO, there was a separate zoning district, a zoning ordinance and a land division ordinance. Next, please. The process, how we get here, again, starting in 2021 with a project kickoff when the city hired the planning consultant, Helsi Levin, and then it started with public engagement activities, a public open house here at City Hall, and then the consultant prepared a diagnosis when identify the major issues with the current ordinance and provide preliminary recommendations. Some of these preliminary recommendations at that time was to kind of streamline regulations, to reduce the number of meetings before commissions, also reduce the number of redundant applications. So for example, we have like an area exception or variance that are very similar. So we're now proposing to have just one application, which is the variance that serve a similar purpose. Also consolidating similar zoning district from existing 39 zoning district to 19. This will kind of simplify the permitting process. I will touch on that later. Improve the user friendliness of the text, use broad land use categories, and I will also touch on that, and also add graphics to make the document more easy to understand, and retain the standards for protecting natural resources. Now we are at the final stage, the UDO adoption before tonight at the Common Council. Next, please. This is just a summary of the public engagement. These are all the activities that we held, like at the public open house, a booth at St. Martin Fair, the public hearing early this year, and all the meetings with the task force was basically the Plan Commission, 2 members of the Environmental Commission, and 1 member of the Economic Development Commission. A total of 14 meetings between 2022 and 2024, and 6 presentations before the Common Council for status updates on the project between 2021 and 2024. Next, please. This is just to explain this UDO review meetings. So each of the articles of the ordinance were presented to the Plan Commission, and the process was like a feedback loop. So we presented an article, get comments from the commission, and in some cases present the article again to follow up on the revisions from the commission. A total of 18 meetings, including tonight's meeting. Next, please. I want to make a note on the budget and fiscal note, so the agreement that that the city entered with a consultant, that is already completed. So the last activity was the preparation of the ordinance text that was presented at the public hearing. And since after the public hearing, staff kind of continue working on the project and incorporating the revisions following the public hearing. So there is no impact to budget since the agreement has been already completed. Now we can jump to the ordinance text. This is the table of contents. The major difference is that the new ordinance tried to organize all the topics that are similar into a single article. For example, all the like administrative standards, all the permitting process are in just one article. Same for the subdivision standards are in one article. And in the current UDO, there are some parts that are in different articles. So that makes the document more difficult to use. Next, please. I will touch on the highlights. So there are some articles, there are really no major changes. So I will not develop on that. But if you have any question at the end of the presentation on specific topics, I'll be happy to answer. So general provisions, no major changes. The establishment of districts, the major change here is the consolidation of similar zoning district that I kind of touched before. So next, please. Again, there are in the current ordinance many districts that are very similar. So here we have like comparison of the R4 residential district and the R5. Even the name is the same. It's called Suburban Single Family Residence District. Same name. And all these stand value between the two districts are the same. So most of the standards are the same between the two districts. So what we're proposing is the new ordinance is just have one district. So consolidated. So the, it's going to be called the Suburban Residence District. Next, please. To the district-specific standards number 3, the purpose is also to kind of simplify the table that says the development standards, like, for example, minimum lot area, minimum lot width, and also the setbacks. So this table, it has all the residential zoning districts and all the standards. While in the current UDO, there is one table for each district. If you can go to the next. This is in the current UDO. So we have one table for each district. We have 38 zoning districts, so like basically 48 of these tables. And basically, we are also eliminating redundant, like these multiple options that we rarely use, and then just have the permitted conventional zoning district. And we have an option for cluster development that I can touch on that later, that will give like a bonus to the density for any development that is protecting natural resources. Next, please. Also, to simplify the use table, the current UDO, the use table is like about 40 pages, is overly specific at a point that is not necessary. So this is an example. It has like bakery products, even women's footwear, except athletics. So that's an overly specific use that is not necessary. So what we're proposing is to have just one category, general retail. And this will avoid in some cases that are for some of this district rarely requires like a conditional use, and then need to present a conditional use before the plan commission, and the ordinance does not provide like a specific standards to review. So that will eliminate these unnecessary special uses. Next, please. And in Article 4, that is use of specific standards, I will just touch on some examples. For example, for duplexes, townhomes, and multifamily developments, such as apartments, we are proposing to have them allowed by right in multifamily districts, because that's the purpose of that district. In the current UDO, it requires a special use permit that gives like an additional step that kind of makes the development, the permitting process for developers more difficult. And again, the current ordinance does not set standards, so what are we really reviewing when we review this special use permit if there are not a specific standard? So next, please. And we're adding a new kind of use category, which is the accessory dwelling units, like some people call them like in-law suite or granny flat or secondary units, to make them conditional use when they are detached or attached, as shown here in this, like for example, above a garage or attached to the main dwelling. And it will be allowed by right where they are internal to the principal residence. So this will kind of increase the housing stock in the city without kind of horizontal or outward growing. Next, please. On Article 5, general development standards, like, for example, parking, landscaping, lighting. I will touch on parking. This new ordinance will replace the parking minimums with parking maximums. For most uses, it will have the same ratio, like, for example, 1 space per every 250 square feet of floor area, but it's kind of the inverse from minimum to maximum. In the next slide, we can see an example. Yes, please. So this is a kind of standard retail development. For example, the building is about 30,000 square feet, while the parking area is more than double, 84,000 square feet. And we can see in this picture that kind of winter is now plowed the entire parking area. So we can see that this area kind of underutilized. So with that, it will reduce development costs for developers because they will not need to build that extensive parking lots. Next, please. The new ordinance will also require cross-access when there are two commercial development adjacent to each other, to this connection here, and that will kind of reduce traffic that goes into major thoroughfares. Next, please. Building design standards. This is an example where we're going from vague standards to more measurable standards. For example, the current code use terms like an attractive appearance or in general harmony. So that is difficult to apply when we review permits. So the purpose here is to set, for example, for these material standards, like a minimum percentage for each type of material or maximum, depending if it's like a front facade or interior facade. For this will apply only to multifamily projects or commercial or industrial. Next, please. In this example, we tested these regulations with actual approved projects. So we can see this example here, the Noble Apartments, the front facade that kind of complies with their standards that are proposed. Next, please. Signage standards, major changes here. We're moving the signage standard from the municipal code to the UDO and also adding graphics to this article and have content neutral regulations. So we don't regulate the content, we just regulate the size, the height of the signs. Next, please.
Article 7 is something that we put a lot of thought into. Natural resources in the city of Franklin are something that the community takes very seriously, and the conservation standards are very important to this community. So there have been some updates to the code in relation to how it's applied, et cetera. So one of the things that's important to note here is that when conservation of existing natural resources is not practical, then compensation for those impacts is required here in Franklin. And then the new ordinance, of course, is updated in a few ways to comply with federal and state guidance and law. So there's some key changes in structure, which we've addressed in some other areas, but broadly, the new Article 7 consolidates materials that were throughout the development ordinance. It does not address stormwater and erosion control. That's relocated to the municipal code. There is a new shoreland wetland zoning proposal. Floodplain zoning is something that actually happens in a different section of our ordinances. We have a separate floodplain ordinance, which was adopted on August 20th, 2024. So that's not part of the discussion this evening. And then just generally, we've reorganized. So we did change some of the protection standards and what types of resources are protected, and we're getting away from this concept of mitigation and going to compensation to allow for greater flexibility for developers. Previously, we required like for like, and at a specific ratio across the board for all natural resource types. Since that's not always feasible, practical, or scientifically appropriate, we have some better ideas, and then we're all very excited about illustrations. So the protected resources, in the past, they included, well, I'll just skip over these, but the table here is, this is what is in the current ordinance, this is the proposed ordinance, here's what's changing. So the current protection of resources in the ordinance that is going away is for surface waters and wetlands, woodlands, wetlands, overlapping natural resource areas, surface waters, steep slopes, and an area called setbacks. Proposed in the new ordinance is all of this, plus sewer pack environmental corridors, a new standard to protect like specimen valuable trees outside of woodlands, some standards for degraded wetlands, and then we're deleting protections for steep slopes, which in the city of Franklin are almost always, not always, but frequently artificially created. And then the setbacks is actually, there are for many features, a setback and then an additional buffer that has created a lot of confusion. We're now moving towards a hardened single setback and not that extra buffer. It is a consolidation. So there's also significant procedural changes. So many of you have probably heard, and something we've heard from developers in particular, that the natural resource special exception requesting a variance to allow for impacts to natural resources is an arduous process here at the city. We propose to eliminate one meeting by having Plan Commission be the approval body for this, and eliminating Common Council review and approval of those standards, findings, and decisions that you have seen. Plan Commission is empowered to do variances of this type in other categories of development approvals, and retaining that Environmental Commission, Parks and Environmental Commission review and recommendation to the deciding body. So the public hearing would remain as well. And so we're moving away from a single mitigation ratio to mitigation ratios by resource type. So there's a significant simplification, both procedurally and in terms of how compensation will be done. So what else do I have to share with you? So these are the compensation ratios proposed. This is something that was arrived at with some discussion at Plan Commission, and one of the things that we came back to for quite a few things, and I'm happy to get into those details if necessary, but the table's in your packet, and that is Article 7.
Thank you. For subdivision standards, kind of had touched on this before, the cluster development option. This would give, for example, for developers that has side with natural resources like wetlands or mature trees or farmlands also, the option of protect most of these areas and get a density bonus like 30%, so get more units, smaller lots, but while preserving the natural resources. Next, please. On the administrative standards, major changes to reduce the permitting process by kind of eliminating meetings. Mary mentioned on the natural resource special exception from 3 to 2 meetings, or variances from 2 to 1 meeting. Also, the zoning administrator may approve site plans subject to area limitations up to 20,000 square feet, and then this was actually a motion by the Plan Commission. And also, we added this workflow charts that kind of explain all the process from the application submission, the public hearing, and then all the meetings, recommendation, and decision. The last three articles, there are no major changes, but again, if you have any specific question, we can touch on that. Next, please. The zoning map, the criteria that we used to kind of assign properties to these new zoning districts, we have different type of criteria. First is to kind of retain zoning districts. For example, the institutional districts or agricultural district remain the same. For example, City Hall located in institutional district, that remains. There are no changes. Other criteria is consolidated similar zoning district that I explained before, the example of the R4 and the R5 district. And also the non-conforming lots. There are a particular neighborhood, the Mission Hills, that have many lots that are under the minimum lot size. So when we assign these lots to the new zoning district, we'll look for a zoning district that has that minimum size that these lots comply with. So in that way, we eliminate the non-conforming lots, making them conforming with this new ordinance. Other less common criteria, in some cases, was the consistency with the comprehensive plan. Some parcels that have a lot of natural resources and was owned by a public agency were designated as parks to be consistent with the comprehensive plan. And other cases, like parcels owned by the city and designated in the plat as parks, that was designated as parks. But there was kind of few cases. Next, please. And the Plan Commission recommendation on April 3rd, the Plan Commission recommended the adoption of this Unified Development Ordinance and repeal the current UDO subject to changes discussed at the meeting. That's what we have for the question for policy direction. Next. The vote was 5 and no nos and 1 abstention. And the Plan Commission carried 7 motions on specific topics. These are listed in the memo. We can provide additional information if you have any questions about these separate motions. And I will yield to Marion on the question for policy direction.
Thank you. And so there was a remaining question for policy direction from the Common Council. As part of the discussion of the natural resource protection standards, there was a suggestion that the other units of government and the City of Franklin itself be exempted entirely from Article 7 of the Unified Development Ordinance. That is not something that staff would recommend for a variety of reasons, but we did add a codicil in the article to allow for some of that work to be approved administratively, as opposed to having to go through a whole natural resource special exception process or site plan or other review, when it could be something that is addressed at an administrative level. So there was a section added related to zoning compliance, administrative approval of improvements to natural resources. So if, for example, Milwaukee County wanted to do restoration work in a wetland, which is an application that we anticipate receiving at some point in the near future, or if DNR also owns a significant amount of property in the city of Franklin, and they may also want to do maintenance work or other improvements on property that they own. So it's something that we cannot excuse other units of government from the floodplain ordinance. That is something that across the board, the city of Franklin is responsible for applying, and we have that police power. But the question for direction for you is, should other units of government be exempted from natural resource protection standards and requiring of a permit? So I'm happy to entertain questions about the question before you as well. So
2 quick notes to wrap up. The proposed adoption ordinance is to repeal the current UDO with the exception of the section about noise and the part number 8, improvement and constructions, that will work as a separate project with the engineering department. And also this will kind of address the comments from the public to table because of the concerns about noise. This adoption ordinance will not repeal the current section on noise.
Could you say that last little piece again?
Yes, that the proposed adoption ordinance will not repeal the current UDO section 15.3.1107 noise.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to start and then I'm going to finish. So the first part of this was thank you. And it's been a long 4 years. And it's like going through high school again. Okay? Only the food was better. So when we're looking at this, and there are a number of projects that are in the hopper, large-scale projects that are in the hopper that benefit this city incredibly. And the timing is now. So we have to get this done. If there's something that you may not like, things can be brought forward. I understand there's a little bit of contentiousness with some things, but we have some huge projects. I don't know if I can emphasize that enough. Huge projects that we need to move forward with that are waiting for this UDO to be adopted. That's how I'll start. Who would like to make a comment on this? Alderman Eichman?
Thank you,
Then
Mayor.
Alderman
I
Salas.
just wanted to also add, I appreciate the endless hours of time that have been invested into this, including the task force, residents, at least one that's in the audience that have contributed to this. So thank you very much above and beyond for all the work that's been invested into this. I did sit on planning for a short time when some of the changes were brought forth through planning and so forth. And with that, I do feel confident moving with the fact, Mayor, that you did say changes can always be made later on, things can be amended. I do feel comfortable going forward, and I know there's going to be more discussion, but I'd like to throw out the motion to adopt.
So we have a first, and we will have more communication, but we've got a first. Is there a second?
I will second.
So we have a first and a second. Further discussion, so you have that first and second. Alderman Salus, and I will go to Alderwoman Day.
Just like,
Alderman Craig.
I'm a little bit concerned about the environmental section. And I do this for a living, and in so many cases, the environmental issues kills a very good projects. I'm just like when I ask you, I'm a new kid in the block here. I studied this massive document. I tried to put as much time as I possibly could. I did not fully absorb everything in it. But do you view this current, ordinance, like if we talk about the environmental issues, you're aware of the DNR and their, massive statues there. Do you see that the city of Franklin going a little further, more aggressive than the DNR, the same level? It's just like, why can't we just like anything to do with the environmental issues, adopt the DNR and call it a day? I'm just like wondering and there's more questions, but let's take this one at a time.
Franklin is known for having a more restrictive natural resource protection standard for development in the city, and for good reason. It has been the case that the previous ordinance was incredibly restrictive, and the new proposed ordinance will remain restrictive in some important ways. I think the key takeaway from what makes Franklin unique is that we require compensation for natural resource impacts to occur here in Franklin. So if you want to impact a natural resource, you have to provide some sort of remuneration for the impact that has on the city. People care immensely about their woodlands, their natural spaces on private property, and so this takes that extra step of doing that. There are some areas where we have adopted things that are just the standard from the DNR, so that we're reflecting that code and in some cases by reference, but I would not say that it is, I would say that Franklin is definitely more restrictive than other communities.
Just to follow up on that, like, what the DNR is doing in so many cases, they condemn land as being environmental, whether it's a floodplain, wetland, there's wetland indicator, all kinds of symbols out there. Mm-hmm. And if we request the compensation within the city of Franklin, we are condemning more good land in the process. So I'm a little bit concerned. Like if we lost $2,000 based on the 2,000 acres based on the DNR statutes, and you have to lose additional good land to make up for any impacted land. So I have a concern on there, and I seen throughout the document the environmental commission, and I believe the environmental commission has been merged with parks, so the wording has to be corrected in there. And I also, again, around the environmental issues, like I seen somewhere like allowing if an area is not served by sewer and sanitary, that they allowing development 5 acres per home or per residence. And to me, this is also a royal waste of land, because you have one house sitting on 5 acres, put the streets, do the shoveling, the snow and the grass and the maintenance, and at the end of the day, in the city of Franklin, every single lot will have a sanitary and sewer to serve it. So if you waste 5 acres of land for someone want to build 1,500 square foot of a residence, so I am not following the mayor comments. I'm not here to block the adoption of this massive document, and I really, feel the amount of effort went into it, but I have to feel comfortable with some of these issues, like, with how much we talked about the noise, and I see like a lighting issues, like, the ordinance address the lighting, address the signage. There is nothing to address, if someone want to develop an outdoor cinema or something, there is nothing to address the noise issue, in this document as well. So there are minor issues compared to the, to the volume of the document, but I'm just wondering if there is a way we can adopt that while we reserve the chance to go back to these issues that, to make me a lot more comfortable with that.
Yeah. Comment on the minimum 5 acres for properties that are not served by water and sewer. The current ordinance requires that for new subdivisions needs to be served by water and sewer, with the exception of one district, which is the R1 district, that is generally located mostly in the southwest portion of the city. So what we are proposing is the R1 and the R2 district to be combined into the countryside residence district that is mostly located in the same area, the southwest area of the city. And this 5 acres minimum comes from the comprehensive plan. That's a recommendation of the plan. And according to the state statute, all zoning ordinance needs to be consistent with the comprehensive plan. So that's why it's that standard, because it's brought from the comprehensive plan. Yeah. With regards to the comment about the outdoor cinema, or with this new ordinance, what we're proposing is for activities with outdoor speakers, like a stadium or an outdoor venue, the requirement of a special use, and that will trigger the submission of a sound study to kind of attest that the proposed development will comply with the maximum sound levels in the ordinance.
Okay. Do you yield?
I do.
Okay, I lost out. Is it Alderwoman Day, then Alderman Craig? Okay.
Me first?
Sure.
Okay. First, thank you to staff for this monumental task. I think outside of your table and the mayor, there's no one happier to see us at this point than me, because I've been with this for half of its life. So I am happy that we're finally to a point where we can vote and move this hopefully into fruition. And also piggybacking on what the mayor said, that good cannot be the enemy of perfect. It's not going to be all things for all people, but it is light years better than what we had. And I think that's a testament to staff working on this for so long. So I have just a couple of things. One is for congruency, and then 2 are just general questions. So if I'm in the standard section, this is for ease for everybody in your packet. It's pages 102 and 103, but it's 15-3-04. So For the permitted conditional and temporary uses for non-residential and mixed use, we did make a change based on a previous plan commission meeting to adhere to, I apologize, this is actually on 105, public interest and special events, having an asterisk stating that a special license is, even though it's permitted in all of these categories, that a special separate license requirement per the municipal code is needed. That was not carried over into the residential section, which is what is on page 102. So I would just ask that that be the same for residential as it is for non-residential, just for congruency. And then this is really minute, and I know I'm splitting hairs, but it's because I've read this, I think, 20 times. Instead of the asterisk being after public interest and special events, could it be P asterisk, P asterisk, P asterisk in the columns? Because that draws more attention to it, because I think you miss it. If you find the category, then go across, you might miss that that's there. I just think
Great
for
catch.
ease of use. So that's my tiny clerical correction. And then just two questions. I apologize, I cannot remember exactly what the motion was for, this is a tiny bit separate from the UDO, but kind of linked, for the sound ordinance piece. Did we say we were tabling that indefinitely till after the JPM stuff, or did we have a date when it was coming back?
It was presented before the Plan Commission as a separate item and a different meeting.
Yes.
If I recall correctly, there was no date. It was like until the JPM report or project was completed.
Okay, thank you.
Similar.
And then my last question is, we had a lengthy discussion at the last Plan Commission meeting about a potential requirement on site plans to include a spot to designate if a place that had outdoor seating would have outdoor ambient music. And it was brought up again tonight. And I think where we got lost in the weeds in Plan Commission is that we were trying to define what that meant and then trying to define decibel and all sorts of things. And I think the purpose of that being brought up was just to say, on a site plan, could there be a checkbox of, if you're having outdoor seating, are you having ambient music? Check yes or no. If yes, what is, a few sentences, what is your plan for that? Because then it gives Plan Commission and staff a chance to review what that may look like as part of the recommendation. Not that it's prohibitive of somebody doing it or putting a limit on anything, but it's like the same thing as, you have a restaurant, do you have a drive-through, yes or no? If it's yes, then what are you doing for your drive-through? If no, you just leave it blank and move on. I think that was the ask, and so I'm not gonna say hold this up to do that, but just for consideration from the staff level, I think it's a fair, given the fact that restaurants are kind of transitioning to that model, and a lot of other businesses are transitioning to that model, it's maybe something to think about adding, moving forward to our site plan requirements, that if this is a thing, it checks it so that it draws attention to it so people can ask the appropriate questions. That's it. I yield. Thank you. Good job. I'm excited.
Alderman Craig.
I have a couple just kind of housekeeping questions. When you talk about the Mission Hills property and how that is kind of an odd duck in the pond here, as far as, it doesn't kind of fit and you have to kind of make it fit in a zoning. How many other properties kind of have that similar sort of situation where you have to find special, or like you have to make the property fit a designation, as opposed to, well, based on these standards, you are an R3, you are an R whatever. How many of those have to be adjusted in that manner?
Right. Very good question. Yeah, it's in the nonconformity analysis prepared by the consultant. For example, you can see that in page 19 of the cover memo. And most of them in that Mission Hills subdivision. There are a few other kind of scattered around the city, but I don't have the exact number, but it is, according to that report, for that district was 315 lots. Most of them in the Mission Hills subdivision.
Secondly, I noticed Marion really just vibing on the document. How much of this is going to alleviate workload within in your department because of the change to this new UDO and it being much more simplified and much more streamlined? Is this going to make things where, you know, hey, need a project, need another project to work on? Or is this going to be like, this is going to give us breathing room to be able to deliver our measurables on our anticipated timeline or even better than the timelines?
Yeah, we expect that will reduce permitting time for some projects that, for example, now requires a site plan that needs to go to Plan Commission, and with the new ordinance will just be an administrative approval.
Okay.
That may reduce time. For example, a site plan that goes to Plan Commission is typically 60 days. If it's a staff approval, it could be 30 days. So that's an example. And for example, the NRSC application, that is 3 meetings, typically 90 days or even more. With 2 meetings, that could be reduced to around 60 days.
I will echo Alderman Salu's real joy in seeing some of the natural resource exceptions being made easier. And it's not just, hey, you're going to go in front of the Environmental Commission, rest in peace, and you're going to go in front of the Plan Commission, and you're going to come in front of the Common Council. It's going to be much more user-friendly, I think would be the best way of putting it. And then lastly, when we look at what we're getting today, and this was 4 years worth of work put into it, far more than my time even here, how long before we start saying, okay, this is great, but we're going to have to make sure, because this is obviously not going to be end product and we're never going to touch it again. When would you anticipate the next start process? And would that one, because so much had to be done with the change from the past to what will probably be the future, will that be, instead of a 4-year timeline, will that instead be 2 years, 18 months, 8 days? Like, what would we be kind of looking at in the future as far as this?
Right. A project that is overdue for the city is the update of the comprehensive plan. So after the comprehensive plan is prepared, depending on the recommendations, we may need updates to this document. But we don't know now because we don't have the comprehensive plan up to date.
And then it just kind of popped in. You also mentioned about how some of the changes are going to be impacting density. Can you kind of walk me through that as far as like how that's going to affect, you know, any sort of proposals that will be coming forward? Will that be much more of a denser? Will it be much more spread out? Like, what would we be looking at?
Right. Yeah, I mentioned the density bonus, like a 30% increase for developments that protect natural resources, but that's an option.
So it's not an automatic.
It's not mandatory. They have the option of the conventional subdivision with the same density, or increase it by protecting the natural resource and having a smaller lots.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Deal.
We have a first, and we have a what? Oh, Marianne, I'm sorry.
That's okay. I just wanted to also add on to, so the comprehensive master plan is something that we're required to iterate. There is no external legal requirement that we iterate this UDO drafting process. Structurally, this ordinance is now, I think, in a better position to be revised and amended in a way that makes sense over time. So we do anticipate changes, new development standards, those kinds of things that might come out of that process. But I don't think we're going to have to do this again for a long time. I really hope. So.
Now you jinxed it.
Okay, so, we have a first and a second, final comments. I'd like to give two. Again, thank you to staff. Thank you, Ms. Gent. On a record also, former Alderwoman Kristen Wilhelm also assisted. We had a whole bunch of people chiming in over the time, and I just want to say thank you that we're to this point. So we have a first and a second. This will be a roll call vote, please.
Alderman Pecorelli.
Aye.
Alderwoman Eichman.
Aye.
Alderman Hassan.
Aye.
Alderwoman Day.
Aye.
Alderman Salus.
Aye.
Alderman Craig.
Aye. 6
ayes, no noes, motion carries. Excellent job. Thank you, everybody involved in this. G7, an ordinance to amend ordinance 2024-2649, ordinance adopting the 2025 annual budget for the Street Improvement Fund for the City of Franklin for fiscal year 2025 to carry over $34,729 of street improvement appropriations as an amendment to the 2025 budget. Madam Director of Finance, thank you for staying with us. This will be a roll call vote eventually. You've got this floor.
Huh?
You've
Oh,
got the floor.
thank
Move it
you.
along.
Again, this is just a budget amendment for, I believe, the next item, which will need additional funding. There is one outstanding payment that still needs to be paid to Payne and Dolan, I believe, for the remainder of the 2024 contract, and then this is the amount that would be left over from that.
Excellent. Any discussion on this?
I'll make the motion to adopt.
I second.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor? Excuse me. Roll call vote. Good catch.
Alderman Craig.
Aye.
Alderman Salus.
Aye.
Alderwoman Day.
Aye.
Alderman Hassan.
Aye.
Alderwoman Eichman.
Aye.
Alderman Pecorelli.
Aye.
6 ayes, no noes, motion carries. G8, a resolution to award the 2025 local street improvement program to the lowest bidder, Payne and Dolan, unless we have a new company called Payne and Poland, Inc., in the amount of $2,031,991.83 for Payne and Dolan.
I would make the motion to approve.
Second.
We have a first and a second. Let's just get crazy and do a roll call again.
Alderman Pecorelli.
Aye.
Alderwoman Eichman.
Aye.
Alderman Hassan.
Aye.
Alderwoman Day.
Aye.
Alderman Salus.
Aye.
Alderman Craig.
Aye.
6 ayes, no noes, motion carries. G9, a resolution authorizing certain official to execute a subdivision development agreement with the subdivider of Cape Crossing subdivision, Phase 3, at approximately 12200 West Ryan Road, tax key number 89010740000.
Move to approve. Second.
Excellent from D6. First and a second. Seeing any further discussion? None. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. Motion carries. G10, a resolution to authorize a professional services contract with Traffic Analysis and Design, Inc., to provide engineering services to review a traffic impact analysis report in the amount of $14,392. Comments? Oh,
I'll make the motion to approve.
And I will second.
And Mayor, I'm going to be abstaining.
okay, so it got crazy just now. So we have a motion to approve by Alderwoman Day.
And I
We have
second.
one abstention. We have, what's that, Alderman?
I second it.
And we have a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please, since we have an abstention.
Alderman Craig.
Aye.
Alderman Salus.
Aye.
Alderwoman Day.
Aye.
Alderman Hassan.
Aye.
Alderwoman Eichman.
I need to abstain.
Alderman Pecorelli.
Aye.
5 ayes, no noes, 1 abstention, motion passes. G11, a resolution authorize a professional services contract with Civil Tech Engineering, Inc., to provide engineering services for Putes Road Pathway in the amount of $268,611.56. Mr. City Attorney is raising his hand. If we could give him his,
Well, nobody's presenting on this. They go through the,
there's one request, that's to hit your button.
find it in here.
No, someone's.
How to use that city standard form?
I believe he uses a boilerplate.
On G11, this is a professional services contract with civil engineering, I say needs standard city form.
Correct.
Okay, but that's not in here.
Is that on, Mr. Pulse?
Is, good.
Bring it real close.
All
like
right.
Karaoke.
Yes, Jesse, they didn't have, well, two things. One is a three-party contract. I'm not sure that works with our boilerplate with DOT funding. And two, they can still, if you still insist on it, they can certainly do that. It can make a condition of approval. I thought it was part of this, maybe it's not, but I'm not sure the three-party format works with the city's boilerplate.
Do what it takes, but the boilerplate is what has all the city protections in it, et cetera, versus, okay, let's do
Yeah,
99
I don't
pages.
think it's ever been an issue when we've had grants in the past.
I don't recall that being an issue.
So are you, Mr. City Attorney, are you comfortable with the recommendation or the,
Well, it's
as
subject to
stated?
the resolution. It does have the, in the now therefore, subject to changes approved by the city administrator, finance director, and the city attorney. But I thought, okay, since on the run, I did not see the standard form in the packet that I mentioned it.
Correct, because we just received a couple days ago from the state that they are okay with the agreement. The first folks to review it, and then it goes to city next.
So, Mr. City Attorney, you good with the motion as stated?
Yes.
Okay, good. And let's go back. Do we have,
Do you,
But add,
We will work with the standard form services, city standard form services. But that's covered in the resolution,
okay.
subject to changes.
okay, so go back to my initial question. Is the, as it's listed, are we good or we have to add that component to it?
No, it's good.
Okay, it's good. Thank you. Is there a motion on this?
I'd like to make the motion to adopt.
I'll second.
First and a second. Further discussion?
Yes, Mayor, just briefly, I'd like to mention for those here and those who may be listening at home, it is still not determined which side of Putes Road that the path will go on, which is very important to note. Is that correct?
that's what they're being hired to determine.
Exactly.
They're correct.
So
That's,
just so everyone's crystal clear, so no Facebook rumors start, nothing like that. We don't need
There's
any-
plenty of Facebook
So,
rumors.
Yeah.
So-
So it's undecided. We do not know which side. This
And there will
company
be
is going to
public involvement,
helping us
too.
establish that.
So-
There'll be meetings with
Yes.
the residents, everything going forward.
Correct.
Thank you.
You good for a minute?
I'm done.
Okay, so just to confirm what you just said, that there will be meetings regarding the determination of north side of Putes and south side of Putes. Because the overwhelming resident feedback, probably from the ones that are north, say they want it on the south. And, you know, driving through and doing the city tour with people, I'm very confident that the least amount of negative impact on residents would be if it was on the south. But I will definitely be at those meetings and, you know, maybe we do a little tour bus, something with non-amplified music. So,
Just looking
Mr.
for
Bill.
clarification on the funding on this project. What is this like funded by the DOT?
State, correct.
The state, the entire thing, or we have little portion?
There is some city money involved with it too. They're not covering the entire cost.
Yeah. So stated in the fiscal note, so that we have received a transportation grant that'll cover a maximum of 80%. And I believe I put the breakdown in there, but I think it's essentially $1.76 million is the maximum that DOT will cover for this specific project. And then the city has the design funding in the 25 budget with the construction component in the capital improvement plan for 27 and 28.
thank you. Okay, any further discussion? Seeing none, we've got a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries. G12, an ordinance to amend ordinance 2024-2649, ordinance adopting the 2025 annual budget for the capital improvement fund to provide additional capital improvement appropriations associated with the school traffic signal project in the amount of $2,000.
I make the motion to approve.
We have a first.
I'll second.
We have a first and a second. Further discussion, Alderwoman Day, then Alderman Eichman.
Couple of questions. The first is, there's not really a description of what this is. Now granted, I understand that $2,000 is, on the big scheme of things, when it's already cost over $400,000, but we don't really ever say what it's for. It's some sort of upgrade, but it doesn't say what the upgrade is.
Detection. Detection upgrade.
What does that mean? What is the upgrade that is needed?
So it's the sensor system that detects the cars as they come up to the lights.
Mhm.
The original one that was in the design, the contractor can't get it. So we had to ask for change, and they were able to secure a new system. It's what's replacing everybody's. It's more of a camera system, and that's what's
So
got
it's already in
replaced.
place, though?
We received it, and it's up.
Okay,
It's
so
operating.
we already did it.
Yes, I asked the school district, and they
Yeah.
covered the cost.
So if they covered the cost, why are we covering the cost?
No, because we have the MOU with them that we pay first, and then once the project is complete, which is this final piece, now we will invoice the school. But we didn't want to move forward without the superintendent's approval, which he sent the email to Kevin saying that the school board will cover the cost of it. And that's why we're presenting the budget amendment and then the change order also.
Okay. So, and then so we are on the hook for the first 200,000. So it's already 211,000 over that. Has the school district reimbursed us for that already?
Again, they have not reimbursed us for anything until the project has been complete and we get a final total of what the entire project cost was, and then we bill them for that, which is the 211. And I don't even think it's going to be that yet because some of the project costs have decreased.
Came in under.
And so that's why we just decided that at the end of completion of the project, we would total up what the total project costs were with change orders and then invoice them.
And then refresh my memory on the MOU. The MOU was only through the completion of the project. So once the project is over, any maintenance upgrades, anything is school district only?
So I don't remember that piece.
We handle the maintenance and any upgrade, but then we bill it to them.
Right.
So in perpetuity, we pay upfront, essentially.
Yep.
Because
Sorry, I believe that was the agreement. Yep.
That's all I have.
Alderwoman Eichman.
Everything that was just covered is part of a conversation I had with a Franklin resident today, explaining to him the reason why it's on here is because of the MOU and so forth. And I just wanted to point out, as it states in here, as such, this change order will not have any financial impact on the city.
You are correct.
Now
Okay.
everything else
You
is
yield?
covered that I was
Excellent.
going to say. Thank you.
Is there a motion on this?
Is on the floor already.
We have a first and a second. Is that right, Madam Clerk? Good. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Oh, roll call, please.
Alderman Craig?
Aye.
Alderman Salus?
Aye.
Alderwoman Day?
No.
Alderman Hassan?
Aye.
Alderwoman Eichman?
Aye.
Alderman Peccarelli?
Aye.
5 ayes, 1 no, motion carries. G13, a resolution to award change order number 1 to Zignago Company, Inc., to provide a detention system upgrade to the traffic signal, detection system upgrade to the traffic signal on South 51st Street, and preserve way for $2,000.
I'll make the motion to adopt.
And I will second.
First and a second, further discussion? Let's go with a roll call.
Alderman Peccarelli?
Aye.
Alderwoman Eichman?
Aye.
Alderman Hassan?
Aye.
Alderwoman Day?
Nope.
Alderman Salus?
Aye.
Alderman Craig?
Aye.
5 ayes, 1 no, motion carries. G14, a resolution to approve a title and wage adjustment from part-time parks employee to Department of Public Works, DPW park custodian.
Or after this.
Mr. Superintendent Schleter, good evening, 10 o'clock. What do you got on this?
We have a part-time person in the Public Works that takes care of our parks, closing them, opening them, cleaning them, doing minor repairs. We're just asking to make her a pay bump here because we truly believe she deserves this and much more for what she does and all the hours she works, odd hours, constantly coming and going, and 2, 3, 4 times a day. And we just feel it's time to step up. I wish I would have done it years ago.
Right, and just to add to that, because it was a little difficult to hear you, that what she does is she does come in on different hours of the day, different, it's not like she shows up at 7 a.m. and leaves at noon. It's all different hours, opening, closing, cleaning, and some of these bathrooms are horrific, and we have a difficult time anyway getting staff to take care of these things. This is a difficult thing. I'm glad you brought it forward. And any further discussion? If not, I'll look for a motion.
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
First and a second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries.
Thank you.
Well done.
Thanks.
G15, Franklin Senior Citizens Travel Program update for 2024 year end. We'd like to welcome up to the table Mr. Basil Ryan. Good evening, sir, and welcome. Just if you state your name and address again for the record.
Basil Ryan, 5250 West South County Line Road. I'd like to introduce myself. I apologize that I don't know a lot of the new faces on the Common Council, even though the mayor hasn't said that. I used to be an alderman many years ago for this city. The program that we are
I
talking.
didn't know you wanted me to say it.
Well, at least it gives me credibility when I say this program that we're talking about tonight was started way back. What it was the city of Franklin used to give $150,000 to the school district to run our recreational program. Out of the recreational program, the school district would cut a check for $10,000 to an organization called the Franklin Seniors. And then the 140 would be used for the rec program. As alderman, when I sat in those seats, I started inquiring what we were getting for our money for that 140 to the school district. Short time later, the school district said, here's your $150,000 back. We'll run it ourselves, because there was a lot of things that the city didn't agree on what they were doing. So now we had this organization of seniors, and we had to accommodate their needs. One of their needs was they wanted to, to meet and socialize. We decided, I brought forward a plan that would help the seniors on a travel program that would allow them to socialize, that would allow them to get out to see things. But the problem is liability. So what the city, and the city attorney was way back then too, is we had to eliminate the exposure to the city with the seniors. So I came up with a plan that said it's a partnership. The city would partner, and that we would pay for the buses, and then we would get an insurance policy from the bus company indemnifying the city of Franklin so there would be no liability. And that the participants, being the Franklin seniors, would then pay for their trip. We would pay as the city, the buses, the group would pay for the programs. We had a young lady at that time, Shirley Bird, she ran that for the city. It got to the point where she got up in her years and she couldn't, handle it anymore. So I had stepped in to handle it. But we had started with the 10,000. So when you wanted to know where the 10,000, that was the 10,000 that the city, or the school district just handed to the Franklin seniors. So that's where that number came from. As the two went down separate paths, you had the Franklin seniors and you had the travel program. They were kept separate. One would get, the senior would get 10,000, the travel got 10,000, total of 20. Then in 2016, I appeared before the council and asked for an increase. I had gotten $2,000, even though the cost of transportation and everything else had gone up. It was frustrating that the city at that time didn't give any more than just the 2,000. So based on that, you had to look at the number of trips that you could go on. And based on the number of trips, that's what we tried to do every year with the partnership in there. Even though the program was successful and continued to grow, we had more and more people in the city. Now, we only take Franklin residents. There's no one, even though we get from outside the community where they say, can we go and that? No, it's just strictly Franklin seniors. The problem is that I have been keeping since 2000 when Shirley did it, kind of overseeing things, to currently, I've always submitted the reports. So that's why I was a little offended when I seen the program in there about only going back to 2014. We could go back to the conception, which they were all in there and we are under budget. In fact, some years, the city actually got money back because dealing with 10,000 in an odd amount, there were some years way back when Shirley would give $500 back. And the city had a policy that the money had to go back in the general funds. When we ran into the slowdown with the corona whole catastrophe, we didn't go on trips. So then I had to go to the Common Council and ask them to roll that money, because if you didn't make the request to the council would automatically, just put it back in the general. So for 2 years, I constantly would go back to the council and ask them just to roll that money. We weren't active, we weren't going on trips. As a result of that, when things started to loosen up, we then started using that money. We used that money to develop a pattern that people were going out to about $20,000, $22,000 that we were paying for trips. The trips basically consisted of going to Fireside, which we currently go to, the Marriott, which is a show and dinner, and then we had put in some other trips like to Lambeau Field, where we went up to Lambeau Field, we took a tour of it, they got to wear a Super Bowl ring. We've gone down to Chicago on a boating tour of the river and had dinner at a restaurant down there. Now, what's interesting is with a lot of this is other communities have tried to duplicate what the city of Franklin does. City of Franklin, whether you realize it or not, is the #1 in this area. People call me constantly asking me, how do I do this? And sometimes you look at travel programs that'll try to basically duplicate what we do. The Chicago trip was a great one. I tell that story all the time. We had a chartered boat that we rented on there. We had a guide. After that, we took a guide of the city neighborhoods down in the Chicago area. We ate at a restaurant that doesn't cater to that, and you can't get a boat. So people would always call me and say, how did you put all this together? We want to duplicate it. Who do we talk to? And I just tell them that's exclusively for Franklin. So a lot of things that Franklin does is just exclusively. The Marriott is a good example. We now go to the Marriott in Illinois. They never took large groups. They never wanted large groups because it's a resort. So they cater to basically their guests and businesses for the conventions that they hold in that there. I twisted their arm and we're in there. In fact, just the other day, the woman from the Marriott asked me, she said, are you advertising up there in Wisconsin? And I said, no, why? We're getting all these Wisconsin people calling, coming, wanting to bring groups down in that. But one thing they found out, they can't eat there. We are the only group that they allow to eat at the Marriott because they don't want to do it. So we have the restaurant, and if the restaurant is occupied, they give us a convention room free of charge. So we do things that benefit or that I've been involved with in there. Now, just doing that, so a little bit of an introduction to the program and how it got started in that. Have any of you read the letter that I submitted?
The one dated April 25th?
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Okay. Anybody read the one from last year? Some of you are new and you don't. The reason I asked
We haven't
that
received one.
is I think, I'm sorry, what?
Please talk into the mic.
I think the reason that we brought this to the last meeting was because we haven't received a letter since 2021 or 2022.
Well, I can tell you that you have. I happen to have the 25, the 24, the 23, 22, I can go on and on and on.
I'm not saying that you don't have it. I'm just saying it wasn't presented to the council was the concern.
Okay, they were presented to the council.
Well, I don't know who would have got them. I'm not sure,
Lisa,
but
Lisa is the contact person that gets
Yes.
them, and she puts them on the agenda. And they're all right here. So if somebody's missing something, then Lisa's got to be the one, because they're here. So it frustrates me when someone accuses us of not doing something and I have them. What's also frustrating is last year, when I submitted, and you tell me where I screwed up. I got big shoulders, so I'll take the blame. I submitted in 24, last year, based on the success and growth of the program and using the 23 as a benchmark, Franklin Senior Travelers spent $21,841 on bus transportation for 9 trips in 2023. With the current budget of $12,000 per year and a carryover of $7,590, we will experience a deficit in 2024 of at least, at that time it was $2,251 or more. This figure does not take into consideration inflation, transportation increases, ticket, food expenses, etc. It also does not include the future growth in the program, which we also anticipate will occur based on the amazing success of the program. Our current budget allocation of $12,000 does not allow us to take more than 5 trips during the year. Our attendance continues to be extremely strong, and our seniors look forward to these trips. As always, the health and safety of the Franklin Senior Travelers come first, and for that is the #1 priority. I am happy to meet and answer any questions you may have. I've asked for years that this program be treated like any other department request, that it goes before the Finance Committee, and at the Finance Committee, we make our pitch, give our cost net. Because remember, half of this is the city's responsibility. The city handles that. The seniors do not. So you have to make that decision. My frustration is I've asked last year for money, never heard a word from the city, never asked to appear before anyone to ask for more money. How am I supposed to ask for money if I put it in a letter to the council and telling them that we're going to experience a deficit, telling them that we only were able to take 9 trips based on the other one? We had to cut trips to get down to the $500 loss. And that I told the city that I would pay for on that. But the city's responsible for the transportation. I can only ask you, I put it in my report, so I'm a little frustrated when I put it in the report and I outline where the money's going, I outline the deficit, and I say basically we've already dropped trips because we haven't. I haven't posted this year on our webpage any trips other than the 2 we went. Now, as an example, the first trip we took 145 people. That was 3 buses. The second trip that we're going to go at the end of this month, we have 125 people signed up as of now. We're going to be broke. I won't be able to go on any more trips. But I don't know until you tell me what you want to do. It's not my decision to keep running trips and then say at the end of the day, here's your bill, just pay it. I've got to see some guidance from you. If you say you're not going to allocate this program any money, or you're going to allocate only $12,000, we're done. Because right now with the 2 trips coming up, we're going to spend about $7,100 on the bus costs. So that leaves us then only, $5,000.
Okay, Mr. Ryan, in essence of time, what exactly are you looking for tonight from the council? Because I understand the history. I do understand that we didn't have numbers, we didn't have what you came up today with. I talked to Lisa Huding myself. We just didn't have it. So if it got lost in translation, I don't know. But tonight, what are you looking for to make this a success and to keep it going?
If the city wants to continue the success of this program, one is we should put it on the agenda for finance every year to go before like every other budget that the
Agreed.
city puts forward. and we make our pitch and we get basically an allocation for cost of living or whatever. Number two is, in the last 2 years, as I've demonstrated in the reports, we're averaging about $22,000. So what we need this year to keep that goal of at least 8 to 9 trips is about $10,000 for this year to add to the 12,000. And that would be what we would be that we've experienced in the past 2 years. Now, if the city, when you look at it and say, well, why are we doing this? It's giving back to the seniors. We don't have, like a lot of communities, brick and mortar that people can go to and do things. We don't have a conventional meeting. But yet the seniors are sometimes the backbones of a community. They volunteer in your churches. They volunteer during an election. So we don't pay anything back to the seniors other than offering them this type of a incentive for being there. They pay their taxes. They live in a lot of seniors. As a good example, the brand new senior housing by the Rock there, we had them last trip. They had their own bus that they have there. They go on trips to the fireside through there. They went on our trip, and the first thing they said, forget our bus, we're going on your trip. They've already signed up for this trip. We don't have a problem when people come on the trips, they want to continue. Now, we don't have the same people either every day going on them. It's very depending on what we offer for the show and what the age group is. And it just continues to, to grow where the people are, amazed, they have a good time, and it fulfills what the goals were, was to get seniors out, meet other seniors, let them forget, all of their pains, meet people that, they may not have seen, and just talk about the city. And I think any person that you've talked to that has gone on one of our trips have said that they've enjoyed themselves and was one of the fantastic things that the city offers. So the city has a program that's in place that's doing well for the community, especially the senior community, but you have to determine. I can't. I can tell and negotiate on behalf of the seniors on where we go, what we pay for the meal, we get a, room for, overcrowding. I can do all of that, but I have no clout with you other than bringing to this comments before you.
I'm going to try to bring this home, all right? So now, is this something that we could look at where it's a kind of like a pay-go? I mean, I'm trying to say, if instead of just throwing out this budgeted number, I'm looking at, what exactly would this entail? Looking at, exactly, how this works. I mean, I joined 2 years ago.
No, you didn't join. You joined the Franklin Seniors. That's a different
I
group
can't
than
even
the
remember
travel.
now.
Yeah.
That's what happens when you are a senior. Madam Director, go ahead. You got the floor. Bring it home. 10:20.
I believe that the direction that this is going would require another item on a future agenda. I think that at this point, this is accepted as information only, and then we can schedule something for a future agenda to talk about any changes to the program, including the $10,000 extra. But I believe that any conversation that happens under this agenda item would be frowned upon.
Just a question.
Alderman Sillis, Alderwoman.
Wouldn't there be a call for the city attorney?
Well, hold on.
Future agenda item.
Future agenda item, fine. Alderman, you've got the floor, then Alderwoman.
Just a quick question. Is it like too much to ask, like when the seniors go on these trips, like say, okay, well, you need to pay $10 or something like that to just help, raise some of the fund?
To be honest, it would. A lot of them can't afford. A lot of them would like to go on more trips. You figure you're dealing with a group of people that are limited on a budget. And we try to keep down the cost of the meals and all of that. So there's a lot of them, have a hard time squeezing, and they have to pick, shows that they want to. So you're taxing, by asking them for more money to pay for, something. Don't forget, these people are paying taxes. Whether they live in one of the apartment complexes, they live in their own home, and then the question is, what are they getting? They don't have kids in the school district, and yet they're paying for all of that stuff. A lot of them don't even drive anymore, so they don't have that. So it's just, giving that. So trying to put more money and shift the burden to them is putting a strain.
Any possibility for, like, for example, just like say, seniors, anyone like to donate toward this fund? Maybe, someone who is like, wealthy enough that you could you know, certain people cannot afford other, I'm just trying to see if we can bridge the gap, but I definitely appreciate the service and the effort you're doing. Just because we are spending taxpayers' money, we have to be a little bit, you know, careful, but at the end of the day, the program is wonderful and it should resume.
Well, don't forget, you have to look at other communities, what other communities offer to their seniors. And then ask yourself, what do we offer to ours?
Okay, Alderman Eichmann.
Just real briefly, and Basil, I know that we can talk outside of this too, but a little bit off of what Nabil was saying. I respect and understand not charging the seniors a whole lot more, but cost of living has gone up for everyone everywhere. So would it be, have ticket prices increased, like for example at the fireside, so then that increase in ticket prices the seniors pay? I don't know what the seniors are paying.
The seniors are covering all of that. Remember, when it was set up originally, it was a partnership.
Right.
They paid for all of those costs and increase.
Mm-hmm.
The city paid for transportation. And that's, you know, what it is. Now to ask the seniors to pay for transportation is kind of
Right.
defeating the purpose of what the city
Okay.
started the whole program about.
Got it. I just wanted some clarity on that. And I do agree with you. Unlike other communities, surrounding communities, we don't have a senior center. We don't have anywhere for these seniors to go and get together and play cards. We have very limited things in this community for seniors. I hear it all the time. I have, you know, some of the senior homes have got New Perspective, Brentwood. I have many, you know, a lot of seniors in my district, and I hear that all the time. There's nothing for them to do. They were always asking me, give us more to do.
And you go into other communities, they got brand-new buildings that say, you know, senior community center.
Yeah, the seniors can walk into anytime
Yeah.
they're feeling lonely or sad.
Yeah, talk with people and that. So it's what you want to offer that group of people in your city.
Right, thank you.
Okay, so what we're looking at now is to put this forth for a future agenda item discussion. Mr. City Attorney, does that sound correct?
Absent any objection, could just be done, period.
What?
I don't know that you need a motion. You want a motion?
No, I mean, I'm just saying it's.
A motion to bring the item of potential city financing contribution addition to the Franklin Senior Citizens Travel Program to the next common council.
Why don't we hold it over, because we got a thick agenda to the first one in June.
To the
I can't-
second meeting in June.
I can't commit then to trips. It's that simple. Because I've got
All right.
to contact bus companies and line those up and reserve them.
All right.
I got to make
Fine.
commitments to shows that are
Let's
already
go with
posted.
then next council meeting. Yeah, next council meeting, that's as quick as it's gonna happen. So it'll be held over till next council meeting then. All right,
All right. And
so there's a motion on that.
Yeah, make the motion.
I'll second.
First and a second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries. G16, Franklin Senior Citizens, Inc., status update. Are we continuing, is this Kelly, is this you, or we? Thank you, Mr. Ryan, we'll see you tomorrow,
remember, you can't speak on this. You're a member.
But I am looking forward to tomorrow's stuffed peppers.
No. What I'm saying is, technically, since you're a member of that organization.
Got it. Kelly, you got the floor.
So we received the fiscal report from the Franklin Senior Citizens Group, and in response, obviously, to last council, and they have 8,136 of the 12,000 remaining for the year. I'm not exactly sure what else you're looking for, but that's where it's at. They're just reporting financially on where they stand right now.
Well, good, because they had a change with the untimely passing. It was very sad. So this new president took over, got this report into us, and basically this is just to an FYI. So this will be just
Motion to accept and place on file.
Second.
first and second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. Motion carries. 17, ordinance to amend ordinance 2024-2649, ordinance adopting the 2025 annual budgets for the capital outlay fund to transfer and repurpose unused appropriations for the Microsoft Office 365 relaunch and domain migration projects. Mr. Director Metalski, good evening and welcome, and thank you for hanging with us.
Thank you. Item 17 and item 18 are linked together. They are coupled. One's a budget amendment. The funding for basically relaunching the Office 365 project is going to be coming from the DigiCorp is going to be coming from an allocation that we made in our capital budget for both City Hall and the Police Department for core switches. We're delaying the core switch upgrades by at least a year because this absolutely takes priority right now for it. So we will be basically reusing the funds that was set aside for the Office 365 project in a purchase order that was under Eid Bailey in the 2024 budget, and we will be then reappropriating the monies for the core switches over to the project as well. We evaluated 4 companies for this project. Unlike the Eid Bailey, we actually put this out for RFP, and the Technology Commission turned around and reviewed all of the proposals. Unfortunately, we didn't have quorum where we could make actually a formalized decision, but informally, yes, we absolutely disliked DigiCorp as the company that came within the budget specs that was defined for it. They also gave us references that I checked forward. The most reputable and most notable that I said came from the Director of Administration for the City of Port Washington. They did do a domain conversion for them. They used to be run by the Ozaki County, and then they decided to turn around and split all of the cities off of their IT department. So then they had to turn around and formalize a whole new domain by themselves and bring all of their resources in. They also got glowing reports from the City of Burlington. I did not know this. They had a major flood, and it wiped out like all of their entire IT, everything. All of their IT infrastructure was underwater, and they had to rebuild it absolutely from scratch. And DigiCorp was the ones that basically got them back up and running again for it. So they do come with very high accolades out there. They also did the domain migration. Attorney Brian Sajek also recommended him as the attorney for the city of Mequon. They did their onboarding with Office 365 as well. So this does look to be a much better company than what we actually did have with Eid Bailey. With this project, Max McWilliams also turned around and got us tied in with the Microsoft Fast Track program. So they don't provide any on-site resources for us, but it is our dial a friend that if we do get stuck on a technical area of it, we can directly call Microsoft themselves, at least with the project 2, which would be the Office 365 with domain migration and also the Exchange migration as well. I have to stress, this is going to be a lot of work. It's going to be a ton of work. We are changing the entire security infrastructure that has existed now for 25 years for the city. And we're now turning around and modernizing it by putting it into a completely brand new, fully routable Windows 2025 domain infrastructure that's going to be aligning us much closer to what we need to turn around and deal with the new regulations that are coming with CJIS. I just submitted the finalized CJIS report to City Mankey today. 102 questions that went over 26 pages was my responses to them. And it's covering all sorts of things that we rarely are not doing like to nowadays. Like when you change your password, is it comparing it onto a list of restricted passwords or passwords where you shouldn't have it? What's the level of encryption that Kerberos is doing? How are you protecting privileged accounts? This is why the Technology Commission, under 2 consecutive meetings, recommended not an in-place domain migration, as I call it, love it or list it. So love it would have been staying with the old domain and upgrading it, or list it, get rid of what we had and start over from scratch and build a new one. We decided to list it, and it was our recommendation twice to turn around and actually go with the full security domain migration, because it's going to modernize our entire security platform and put us in a much better security position in the future. And hopefully thwart maybe some potential security hacks that we may be encountering in the future.
Excellent.
So we got 3 projects: domain migration, moving to Office 365 with Kerberos and YubiKeys. And last but not least, Exchange migration. And with Exchange migration, I have to admit, we are moving the email archiver. These are infrastructure changes we have to do that affect operations. And anyone issuing open records requests has to realize that we are moving the email archiver. I don't want to hear any conspiracy theories out there coming from people saying, guess what, folks? You're not pushing forward the open records request because you're protecting people. No, that's not the reason. The reason why open records requests may take a longer time is we are changing the security architecture and we are moving the entire email system to the cloud, which includes the archiver. And that's just a reality that they're going to be dealing with right now. So that's item number 17, which will require a roll call, and then number 18 will be the approval of the 3 projects with DigiCorp. Any questions?
I'd like to go ahead and make the motion to adopt.
I'll second.
We have a first and a second. This is a roll call vote on item G as in George 17.
I just want to, I'm
Comments, Mr. Piccarelli.
I'm on Technology Commission, and I'm just going to say we have to do these things. There's no other route or anything like that. These are things that are long overdue, and we need to get this done.
Well stated. We've got a first and a second. Roll call, please.
Alderman Craig.
Aye.
Alderman Salus.
Aye.
Alderwoman Day.
Aye.
Alderman Assam.
Aye.
Alderwoman Eichman.
Aye.
Alderman Peccarelli.
Aye.
6 ayes on those, motion carries. G18, anything further to add on that, what we just talked about?
No, unless there's any questions.
Any questions at this time under G18? I'll entertain a motion. Mr. Peccarelli?
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
First and second, let's do a roll call on this, please.
Alderman Peccarelli.
Aye.
Alderwoman Eichman.
Aye.
Alderman Assam.
Aye.
Alderwoman Day.
Aye.
Alderman Salus.
Aye.
Alderman Craig.
Aye.
6 ayes on those, motion carries. Thank you,
Thank you very
Director.
much.
Fantastic job as usual. Lots of work, thank you.
That's a great show, by the way.
G19, a resolution to authorize a professional services contract with Terracon Consultants, Inc. to provide environmental consulting and sampling for the Fire Station Number 1 capital building improvement project of mold remediation and reparation in the amount of $5,975 even.
I make the motion.
I'll second.
We do have a request for an addition to the motion. We did not receive the certificate of insurance from the Terracon Corporation. However, they did agree to all of the requirements within our boilerplate. So the city attorney, Jesse, has requested that we add to the end of the motion changes to the agreement, include potential changes to the agreement approved by the Director of Administration, Fire Chief, and City Attorney. Did I sum that up okay, Mr. Attorney?
It's just there's no certificate of insurance that matches, and it's a small price contract. But you want to get it done? Oh, all of a sudden they look closer and they get their insurance company, oh, we can't match this, so is it okay? No, it's got to go back to the council. That's why I add that to the motion.
So that's added to the motion?
Sure,
Is that acceptable?
And yes for my second.
First and second, that's added to the motion. Both parties accept. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. Motion carries. G20, request common council approval to replace a defective furnace at Fire Station Number 2.
Motion to approve.
Second.
A first and a second. Is it all good? Everything's wonderful?
All good. The only point is that in discussion with Finance Director Brown, we are going to be funding this under the operating budget for fire for our station maintenance of systems. It will put us probably right to the edge of our operating line for that budget. If we do have other unexpected breakdowns throughout the year, it probably will require us to come back to the council for a contingency allocation.
Question, the chief. Just my
Alderman
question.
Sluse, you've got the floor.
My question is this unit, is there like an AC unit attached to it?
I'm not, is it a humidifier unit?
AC, the nature of my question, if it's an
Yes.
older system, And if you change the furnace, you might be very well advised to change the AC because the AC regulation change and whatever you have become obsolete. So I strongly recommend changing the price is reasonable, but if an AC could be added to it, that could save us headache down the road.
So you're speaking of the condenser unit outside.
That's correct because it has a unit right above the condenser. There is like those copper wires right above the furnace, and if you change the AC, they have to change as well. Unless you tell me there is no AC. If there is AC, I strongly recommend that the AC should be replaced as well.
I can certainly have the contractor weigh in on that.
Okay.
This will at least get us back in operation, and we can have them weigh in on that. So I appreciate that.
Mr. City Attorney, you have something?
Well, is the motion to approve the contract? So that's separate from saying, okay, I'm going to check with the contractor to see before it's approved if we can add an air conditioner and see what that does to the cost.
I strongly recommend that the question being asked to the contractor because they are connected.
Well, I think, I understand what you're saying, Alderman. Perhaps at this point, we move forward with this, and you can find out what it would be, and if it's got to come back, that's fine, but we need to move forward with this. Mr. City Attorney?
Only, I heard it has a potential price reduction two together is what.
That's correct.
And he's.
Maybe.
He's saying yes now, so. That was his
Well,
request.
let's kick this back to the chief. Chief, if that's the Alderman's request to table until you can come back with. Well, that's what it sounds like. So before we all start jumping up and down. So let me ask you this, Chief. So there is air conditioning there, correct?
Correct, yep.
How is the service, I mean, has it been an issue in the past with anything breaking down?
So we have, in that building, there are 3 units, and they're all the same type of units where there's a air conditioning condenser outside, and then there's an HVAC unit up in the
inside
loft area. So they all work for separate parts of the building, basically a east wing, west wing, and central. The one that's broken down is the one for the central part of the building. So it has a very significant impact on heating and cooling throughout the building. So our recommendation would be to follow this proposal by our HVAC contractor to get us back up in operation, just because we do have people there 24 hours a day. We do have visitors from the public. Would like to get it back in operation. I can't speak for certain. We have replaced some condenser units in the past out of the 3, but I apologize, I'm not able to determine which one of those. This one may have already been replaced, and that's why it wasn't on the contract. So I apologize, I don't have that exact answer, but that may have been addressed on a previous repair.
You still have the floor.
I would definitely, I'm willing to approve the expense, to help you move forward, but at least we have to get to the bottom of it in case we are doing the whole thing or part of it. So.
No, appreciate that. Yep.
Okay, Alderman Pecorelli, then Alderwoman Eichmann.
So on the quote on pages 689, it has, on their quote, it has warranty in the middle of it, underneath all the fees and all that kind of stuff. It says warranty 5-year parts and 1 year, one labor. I think they mean 1 year labor. Warranty on AC and coil.
Yep. Okay.
So even though we're not replacing it, they're giving a warranty.
So that proposal from Thielman and Sons is not the one we're recommending to go with.
On the one on the left.
Yeah, we are recommending to go with the J.M. Brennan.
Yep.
Is not only the more cost effective, but they have done some work for us at Fire Station 1 and have done an outstanding job actually looking at not only the hardware they're replacing, but how the whole system works together. And so that would be where I'd be comfortable or confident that they did take a look at the condenser unit as well.
Okay.
Typically, those salesmen will try to upsell if there's any potential. But Brennan has done good work for us, and they were the lowest bidder as well.
I'm good.
Alderwoman Eichmann?
Thank you, Mayor. I was just going to mention what the chief just said, that I have a feeling if J.M. Brennan is excellent company, but if they saw something, they would have said something, without a doubt. So I say we just move this forward. If the cooling and the AC problem later on, we take care of it at that point.
Okay, freshman member, do we have a first and a second?
Yes, we have a first and a
First and a second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It's 10:40. Thank you very much, both of you. City of Franklin Health Department Annual Report. Well, ladies, thank you for staying. And, you know, who would have thought 4 hours and 20 minutes, or 4 hours and 10 hours, but hey. Thank you, Madam Director. This will be a nice, short annual report update.
It's about 20 minutes long.
There's no way. Don't even joke.
45 slots.
Right.
Hit the old one.
Still got 2 hours. Drag it out.
No, I would have thought a long time ago.
I got licensing only, can't work.
Get it, Kelly, or?
We need to have a break.
Look at that. Look at that. Very nice.
Okay. Thank you.
Very nice, very nice.
You guys.
All right. Great. Printing. All right, thank you for having us tonight, Common Council. In front of you, you have the 2024 annual report for the City of Franklin Health Department. Today, we'll be going over a very brief synopsis of the report in a few slides, and I think we'll abbreviate it even more than we were originally intending for sake of time, but do want to do the department justice in providing some key highlights on a lot of efforts that happened throughout the last year. So first off, to start, one of the main things that we like to talk about is the number of outreach opportunities or people reached through outreach events. And in 2024 alone, at community outreach events, we had over 8,000 interactions with community members. Ellen's going to dive into some of the key foundational program areas and then some of the other accomplishments that we were able to do with community.
To keep things brief, this is just a very brief overview of our 3 priority areas from our Community Health Improvement Plan. I believe almost everyone on the council should probably be aware of that plan, but just to recap, our 3 priority areas are physical activity and nutrition, mental and behavioral health, and then community connectedness. So just a brief overview of some of the things that happened over the calendar year of 2024. Physical activity, we launched our Playground Passport, had over 100 families complete that. We completed a park audit to assess accessibility and walkability in all of our city parks, presented that to our Parks Commission. Mental and behavioral health, we launched a city Narcan Direct program in the health department. We also increased our substance misuse prevention and mental health programming in the department as well. Community connectedness, it was the 5th annual year of our Trunk or Treat event, which is a collaborative event with our library in Volition Franklin. We had over 40 organizations participate and about 1,200 people attend. And then we've also grown our Franklin Health Collaborative by a number of members. We have 3 on there, but it's actually grown a little bit more than that as well. All right, we're going to just be very brief. We are in the health department, we focus on different foundational areas. So one of that being communicable disease control. Just an overview, we manage about 650 communicable disease cases in the city of Franklin in 2024. Each one of those cases takes, anywhere from a phone call to multiple days, sometimes multiple weeks of follow-up with individual clients. We've also served over 500 residents at different mass vaccine clinics, and in 2024, our COVID-19 response kind of wound down, but we did still distribute over 115 COVID-19 test kits. This is just a brief overview of the breakdown of our CD follow-up. You can see about half of our cases were COVID-19, so like we mentioned, that wound down in the calendar year. And then we also have kind of a pie chart there showing that distribution of what communicable diseases were present throughout 2024. Environmental public health is another one of our foundational areas. So that includes anything from our inspections of licensed establishments, which include kitchens, motels, restaurants, swimming pools, a wide gamut of areas. In total, we completed 310 inspections. Over there, you can see the distribution of where inspections occurred. We also followed up on a number of complaints. I don't have the number in the presentation, but it is included in that annual report. And then an interesting thing to note, over the past 5 years, food truck inspections have increased by 104%. Additionally, in our environmental health program, we tackle things outside of inspections. So we also distribute radon test kits. So we had about 86 of them distributed. 35 animal bite investigations. We work those collaboratively with different healthcare providers as well as our local police department. In 2024, we actually did an in-service with all Franklin PD patrol officers just to, kind of set a baseline on all the information they need, all the information we need from them to make our follow-up process a little bit easier over that 10-day quarantine period for our animals. We also distributed 17 water test kits and maintain an active lead program. Maternal and child health, we welcomed 325 new Franklin residents in 2024, so that's great. Additionally, we did 45 car seat inspections, distributed over 80 helmets to children at our bike rodeo, and annually we enter the Franklin Public School District to complete vision and hearing screenings. In 2024, we had nearly 900 screenings completed for both categories. Chronic disease and injury prevention. Like I mentioned, this is the first year of our Narcan Direct program. We distributed over 190 doses of Narcan. We have a very active aging adult injury prevention program. So about 24 participants in those programs in total, but it is worthwhile to mention that those programs are about 8 weeks long. And typically we have about almost 100% attendance, and we have a very long waiting list to enter those programs. Also, our SHARPS program is extremely popular. In 2024, we collected over 741 containers, and then we also distributed 450 plus containers back into the community.
Can I ask you something on that? I noticed that. Is that businesses, areas, or actually if I'm at a residence and will you come to somebody's house and pick up their box?
It is primarily for, it is for residents. So you have to be a Franklin resident to drop off, and it's for households. So businesses would go through a different channel typically. We have not had the request to go to someone's house to pick it up. Not to say if we were there for a home visit or a blood pressure check that we couldn't find a way to help coordinate that.
Okay.
But those are people presenting into the Franklin Health Department with SHARPS collections.
We additionally do collect SHARPS containers from our local schools, so school nurses can come and drop them off at the health department as well.
Okay.
Access and linkage to clinical care, so that's kind of how the health department serves as a referral resource, or how we provide direct care to community members. We provided over 538 immunizations, so that's any number of things, but that also includes our flu shots. We completed about 94 blood pressure screenings in the community and 53 TB skin tests. So typically that is going to be with individuals entering nursing schools or individuals seeking employment in healthcare institutions. One thing interesting to note is through the DPI, we found that more than 95% of the students at the Franklin Public School District met immunization requirements in 2024. In addition to this, we also, over the course of 2024, followed up on about 40 social service referrals. below, you can kind of see there's a wide gamut of reasons as to why we will follow up on social service referrals. Much like our CD follow-up, a social service referral isn't, one phone call and we close it out. Typically, it is, months-long processes of us following up. In addition to, follow up with our local fire department, with our police department, there's many different reasons, and they are very long, drawn-out cases. Volition Franklin is kind of the star of our substance misuse prevention programming. So along with our grant funding that we bring in, we are also required to generate equal and greater amounts of in-kind donations. So in 2024, we generated $187,250 in donations and contributions back to the coalition. We also held over 25 community meetings, which includes our adult meetings as well as our meetings with our local youth in the middle school and the high school. We reached over 20,000 people on social media with different education campaigns. And then we are also in the second year of our Blue Ribbon designation, which is kind of the only program that recognizes coalitions in the United States for their great outcomes in their community, and we are one of 29 in the nation that have been awarded. Additionally, we also manage an emergency preparedness program. So in that, we maintain a very active volunteer list. So about 163 people are on our Weaver list, which is the Wisconsin Emergency Assistance Volunteer Registry. But in addition to that, we also have an active registry of, non-medically trained volunteers as well. We, as a health department, participated in several work groups for the RNC to just prepare in advance for any kind of public health emergencies that would have resulted from that week. And we've also held 2 community trainings in the city of Franklin, one being a emergency weather tabletop for our senior living facilities, as well as a city leadership kind of EOP training. And that is it for right now, unless you have any questions.
Excellent. I will speak last. Comments, questions?
I would make a comment to thank them
Yes.
very much.
Almost.
This is a very nice report. I really appreciate having it. Thank you.
Absolutely.
And I will also make the motion to accept the report and place on file.
I'll second.
First and a second, further discussion. That's me.
Thank you
So,
both very much.
Thank you. This is outstanding. And let me ask you, who did this printing and everything? And this is,
Digicopy.
who?
Digicopy?
Digicopy. I think Digicopy should take over our quarterly newsletter.
Franklin Health Department staff
This is amazing.
designed the content.
Wow.
And
Well, let me
Digicopy.
ask you this. How long does it take to get something to print once you give them what you want?
You can do it expedited, but less than a
One
week.
person? Because I have a method to this.
We're
what is
so
it?
excited to answer, but less than a week.
Really? So yeah, we're going to be looking at changing up our very archaic quarterly newsletter. This is amazing.
And I may be in touch for Engage Franklin.
Amazing. All right.
Also
Second.
deliver.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have a motion carries. Thank you again, and we will be
Thank
talking
you.
because, yeah, we had to do some changes. Okay. A resolution approving a partial property tax rescission and refund, what, G22?
Yep.
Tax key number 890-9994-000. Is there a motion?
I'll make the motion.
I say.
I'll second.
We have a first and a second over here. Do these need to be, what?
Excuse me, who made the first?
Where?
Oh, who made the second?
I made the motion, he second.
First and a second over here. Do we need roll calls for these, Madam Director of Finance?
No.
Good. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. G23. A resolution approving a partial property tax rescission and refund for tax key number 753-0030000.
Motion to approve.
Second.
First and a second over here. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. G24. A resolution approving a property tax rescission and refund for tax key number 750-0015000. Can we go left side now?
Move to approve.
First and Dave, seconded by Alderman Craig. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. An ordinance to amend ordinance 2024-2649, an ordinance adopting the 2025 annual budgets for the general fund for the city of Franklin for fiscal year 2025 to carry over $4,950 of economic development professional services as an amendment to the 2025 budget. Madam Director of Finance.
The only thing that I'll add is this was brought up and asked to be paid after I closed the 24 books. So we just asked to carry the money forward because it was in the 24 budget to pay this invoice.
Okay, left side motions, please.
Move to approve.
Second.
First and second, this is a roll call. Seatbelts on, roll call.
Alderman Craig.
Aye.
Alderman Salus.
Aye.
Alderwoman Day.
Aye.
Alderman Hassan.
Aye.
Alderwoman Eichman.
Aye.
Alderman Peccarelli.
Aye.
6 ayes on those, motion carries. G26, 2024 impact fee status and recommendations. Madam Director of Finance, you've got the floor.
Okay, so annually, it's in the city ordinance that the Director of Administration provides a 2020, or a annual impact fee update and status. So unless you guys have any questions, I believe that we outlined it pretty well in the memo for you.
Oh, it's, you did an excellent job. I just want to put it out there to who's got questions, if not.
I always do. My question is, where is this fees coming from? Like when people come apply for permits, at what point do you charge them the fee, the impact fees, and how much? Is it like a percentage or what is it?
No, so it's an annual amount that the building department puts on the permits annually. It's increased by a CPI percentage that I come up with based on data. And I present that to the building department, and then they increase the fees due to our ordinance that says that. But that being said, as soon as a resident, commercial, any developer comes forward to apply for a building permit, the impact fees are put on that.
For how long? Or
It's a one-time fee
a one-time fee?
at new construction.
I see. Because like the sounding of impact fee is a little bit negative, like, I wonder if there is a better, vocab, like rather than naming it impact fee, just.
That's a national term. I don't think we could change that.
Statutory.
Yeah.
City Attorney said it's statutory.
After Franklin litigated its development fees way back in the early 90s and was prevailing, and they did an end run to have the statute created to replace that with impact fee.
Excellent update. All right. So anything more comments on questions on this?
Move to accept.
So we've got a first to move to accept the fee report and fund balances summary. Is there a second? Oh, it was seconded by Mr. Peccarelli. Good. First and second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. G27, adjustment to 3 department head compensations for the 40th percentile market benchmark. Who's taking and running with this one? Madam Director of Administration.
Correct. So we are continually looking for ways to implement a new compensation plan from our last implementation of a compensation plan, which was done in 2015. We believe, with the support of Personnel Committee, that this is the first step in implementing that. We have looked at our department heads and determined that 3 of them are making less than 40th percentile within their range, and we are requesting that we increase them to the 40th percentile.
Move to approve.
Second.
First and seconded by Alderwoman Day. Roll call, please, on this.
Alderman Peccarelli.
Aye.
Alderwoman Eichman.
Aye.
Alderman Hassan.
Aye.
Alderwoman Day.
Aye.
Alderman Salus.
Aye.
Alderman Craig.
Aye. 6 ayes on those. Motion.
I just wanted to make a point. I don't remember seeing it in here, but it's not in here. And I'd be happy to provide it if somebody wanted it. But the main reason that the city, or I should say administration, chose 40% as the bump up was because, a few of the lower range scale employees were between 10 and 30%, where the other average department heads are between 50 and 70, maybe even 80. So getting them to some sort of competitive level with other department heads just seemed the most beneficial. So it wasn't like we just pulled that number out of a hat, or like I said, all of the other department heads are ranging even higher than that. So just wanted to make that point.
Thank you for making that point. So again, we had a first and a second.
Yep.
And roll call, we were already good. Good. Nothing else on that one. G28, a resolution designating an official newspaper. What do you got on that, Madam Clerk?
Each year, we have to designate an official newspaper to post our notices in. We received one bid, which is from the Now, which is in the Wednesday paper. So I'd just like you to request to adopt, to have that as our official
I'll make
newspaper.
the motion to adopt.
I'll second the motion.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries. Madam Director of Health, I will see you in 12 hours at the senior lunch.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
12 hours senior lunch. Look alive. Look alive, everybody. All right. Could it be?
Nice.
All right, licensing, H's and Henry, who's taking this?
I got it.
All right, Alderman Craig, you got it.
All right, we have 14 pages worth of licenses that the committee reviewed. We'll go through page by page, so that way we can all be on understanding as far as what our recommendations are for the council. So page 724, the first name that was listed that came up for renewal, already called the clerk's office, said that they would not be able to do this, so that will be carried over to the next licensing committee. All
Okay.
other names on that page are approved, save for the last one, who will be asked to make an appearance. There are some questions regarding their application. Next page, the first two are recommended for approval. The third will also be recommended for approval after a correction of their application. All other names on the list are recommended for approval. That total recommendation will follow through pages 726, 727. 728 will go until we get to Emily Logan, which will need a change of her last name. Her application her license, should reflect her new last name of Kramer.
Can I add that it's to be done in the clerk's office, nothing to be done by.
Alderwoman Eichman, you got the floor.
Sorry. Just so we're clear on that, right? That's a change for the clerk's office to do, not
Correct.
on applicant.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Please continue.
The rest of the names after through pages 731 as far as operators go will be recommended for approval, save for the last or the second to last operator, which will be needing a correction of the application. Then we get it.
Yeah, who was that exactly? Just be real specific. Just
I'm
say
sorry.
Who?
Michael Wickman Jr.
I don't know.
The third.
Sorry, third from the last. And that will round out all of the operators that have applied for a license. Getting into our Class A combination businesses, we will start seeing a lot more, we will recommend, but there will be ones, Ryan Fuel LLC will be recommended for approval pending their building inspection to be completed. The CVS will need a inspection from the health department. The Quick Trip 287 will need a fire department inspection as well. Moving on to page 732. All locations will be recommended for approval with the following locations having pending reviews. The Pick and Save 6360 will need the fire department to review their location. The Sendix will need to make a payment for their license, as will the Target 2388, and they will also need the fire department to inspect their building as well. The Walmart 1551 will need the building department to inspect them as well. Page 733, all items will be recommended for approval with, once again, caveats for the Bowery to make a payment for their license, for Casa de Giorgio for a payment for their license, for Country Lanes Bowling Center to have the building department to inspect their building, and for Croatian Park to have a review with the fire department as well. 734. The Hampton Inn and Suites all items that will be recommended for approval pending a payment for their license. The Hideaway will be recommended with a police department inspection. Honey Butter Cafe will have their license approved pending a visit from the fire department, and for correction with the Department of Revenue as well.
Department of Financial Institutions.
Department of Financial Institutions, excuse me. Good catch. India Palace will need a visit from the fire department and make a payment for their license as well. The Irish Cottage will need a visit again from the building inspection department. Iron Marks will have absolutely no conditions as far as their approval. The Landmark will also need to clean up issues with the Department of Financial Institutions. Same with Little Cancun, but they will also need to make a payment for their license. Lux Golf / Doghouse / the Bricks will need a visit from the fire department. Michelangelo's Pizza, they need visits from the fire department, the health department, building inspection, and they need to provide a completion of their server course. Those were all notations on their application.
Let me ask a question to Madam Clerk regarding Michelangelo's. So somebody actually put forth a request for permits?
Yes.
No, she came in and filled out her license, the daughter did. They're not sure if they're gonna open or not, but they don't wanna lose the alcohol license. So, the inspections and all of that, since they're not open, will be done when the new ownership takes over and fills out all the paperwork.
Thank you for the clarification.
I have a question.
Alderman Sluse, you've got the floor.
Tremendous amount of people applying
work on
here.
it.
Is this like for like serving food? What is this license, or what is this?
So it depends on the license, and you'll see in the margins here what they're requesting for. So in some instances, you'll see ones for daycares, you'll see ones for entertainment and amusement, some for, the Class A's are gonna be a combination of like where you can buy beer, liquor, wine.
And how often they need to renew?
Every year.
Isn't
I think it's renewed by June 30th, right? That's why you see so much.
Runs from July 1st to June 30th.
You know, I'm just like wondering if there is a possibility to make life easier for people, like rather every year is too much for people to come, you know, I own a business and people busy like to come every year.
That's
And like
state-
not
that's
only,
state law.
Okay, hold on, please. 11:10, Mr. City Attorney, answer that question.
Statutory.
Thank you. All right, can
is
we
there a
continue
way,
now?
is there a way we can change it?
That would be
No,
Madison.
He just said it's state statute. No, please, continue.
Done.
Page 736. All businesses are recommended for approval, except for the following, which will have their caveats. Point after, I'm sorry. I'm ahead of myself. I apologize.
Oh, boy.
This is page 735. Point after, they need to fill out their application for entertainment and amusement. They also need to make their payment for their license and have a visit from the fire department. Polonia Sports Clubs needs a payment for their license, as does the Rawson Pub. Getting to, actually now 736.
Alderman Craig, can I just make a clarification?
Yes.
The fee is not actually due until June 15th in our office.
Oh, okay,
For the licenses.
okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Page 736, all businesses are recommended for approval with the following caveats. Root River Center needs to make a payment and have a visit from the fire department. The Staybridge Suites Milwaukee Airport South, they are not requesting a entertainment and amusement license, so they are only just a Class B combination reserve, and they need a visit from the health department. Swiss Street Pub and Grill needs to have their issues cleared up with the Department of Financial Institutions, a visit from the fire department, and make a payment with the clerk's office. And finally, the Tuckaway Country Club needs to have a visit from the fire department as well. The final page. For the daycares, Ingenious Childcare needs to solve their issues with the State Department of Financial Institutions and have a visit from the fire department. And the KinderCare on 108th Street needs to also have a visit from the fire department. Other than that, all businesses are recommended for approval.
I'll second.
We have got a first and a second. This will be a roll call vote, but excellent job explaining all this. First and second roll call, please.
Alderman Piccarelli.
Aye.
Alderwoman Eichman.
Aye.
Alderman Hassan. Aye. Alderwoman Day.
Aye.
Alderman Salus.
Aye.
Alderman Craig.
Aye.
6 ayes, no noes, motion carries. Ayes and Ida. 4 points. City vouchers with any date of May 1st, 2025, in the amount of $6,220,557.81. Point 2, payroll dated April 18th, 2025, in the amount of $528,285.93, and payments of the various payroll deductions in the amount of $545,694.45, plus city matching payments. And point 3, payroll dated May 2nd, 2025, in the amount of $464,589.70, and payments of the various payroll deductions in the amount of $259,330.02, plus city matching payments. And point 4, estimated payroll dated May 16th, 2025, in the amount of $480,000, and payments of the various payroll deductions in the amount of $532,000, plus city matching payments.
Make the motion to approve.
I'll second.
We have a first and a second. Roll call, please.
Alderman Craig.
Aye.
Alderman Salus.
Aye.
Alderwoman Day.
Aye.
Alderman Hassan.
Aye.
Alderwoman Eichman.
Aye.
Alderman Peccarelli.
Aye.
6 ayes, no nos, motion carries. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Second.
So by Alderwoman Day, seconded by Alderwoman Eichman. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries. We are now adjourned at 11:12 p.m.
I got 11:13.
With us all the way to the end, every other week.
The latest ever has been 2 before.
I don't give a shit what you watch. This is America's time. Are we off?